right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of North America Division 2. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John XFire joining you here today for another great day of some NA Dota. Jonathan, how you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We had a couple of surprises last time around, and I'm keen to see what we get going here. Some of the teams you and I actually haven't been able to cast, so I'm keen to see how, in particular, our first series goes here.
Yeah, I mean, Nexus Titans, we haven't actually casted their games at all ever since NA Div 2 started. So I don't even know these guys yet, John. I don't even know how they play, but judging by their scores right now, they haven't been looking the best, sitting at 0-2 at the moment. I mean, we'll have a look at the standings in a little bit, John. But you know, you get my point. We haven't cast these teams at all, so it's going to be pretty fun to watch how they go. I believe they are up against the cut as well to start things off here on Nexus Titans. So pretty rough kind of start for them here to get the day going, as we do have a recap of the previous days, so we should have a look at those highlights and see exactly what happened. Of course, you had Seed up against Tilted Boys to get things started, and well, this is the first series Seed Up actually lost, John, which is they actually lost 2-0, so it looked quite convincing.
Yeah, it was a really big surprise to see. I think C-Dub is, based on their performance in the first week, a team that a lot of us had in our top 2 to kind of go through into Div 1, but Tilted Boys suddenly kicking it into gear. You know, they've been struggling up and down. We've had a lot of moments where Tilted Boys looked like they could have taken the series, and coming into week 2, it does look like they've sorted out a couple of those issues, at least up against C-Dub. Now, maybe it's one of those things again. It's the first series of the day, the first series of the week. Some teams tend to be a little bit shakier coming into a new week. We've seen this pattern in Div 1 as well, but props to Tilted Boys. C-Dub, not an easy opponent, but in this series, they make it look pretty easy with a straight 2-0.
Yeah, they certainly did, so good on them. Tilted Boys looking to get their first victory. Did manage to find it here in this series against Seed-Up. That was game 1, of course. Game number 2 also happened between these two, and that was pretty much the same story. Lasted around 37 minutes. Was a pretty convincing kind of series here for Tilted Boys. Seed-Up, I'm not really sure what happened to them, but looking a little bit weaker here in this series against Tilted, and I don't think anyone really expected them to lose this series just based off the standings, but that is exactly what happens to them. So I'll Seed-Up, they're probably going to get it together before the next matchups happen. Of course, you also had Ravens versus Goons, I believe, that same day. You and I were casting that, which, if I remember correctly, Goons just did not look like a real squad that series. So we'll see the highlights from that in a moment. But Ravens also proving to still be pretty dominant here in Division 2.
Yeah, and this loss for C-Dub does mean that, again, Ravens and Wildcard kind of take them over in our front runners here in Division 2. So the loss for C-Dub to Tilted Boys, again, they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit. Tilted Boys rallying. We've seen a lot of promise out from Ferte and Balobka for some time now. We had Skyward for the interview. And, you know, Skyward's a player that's switched around from a lot of positions, naturally is a 4. And this tour, he has been showing off why 4 is his preferred role. He has been spectacular when we do see him play stuff like his techies that we do see in this highlight, stuff like the Spirit Breaker, which is consistently banned now. And again, for C-Dub, having one loss could make or break their situation here coming into our promotion area of Division 2. As he did mention, Mike, our second series was Goons up against Ravens. And this one, another pretty dominant game. As you mentioned, Goons not looking like a team, just looking pretty uncoordinated. We had a really strong start for Boris here in game 1, where he kind of just fed off of Wake Me Up. I believe it was 4 kills in 4 minutes, like basically just dying every time he respawned. Pretty rough time in lane for Ravens, but they just rallied. You know, I think in game 1 in particular, the core matchups didn't feel the best for the side of the American Goons. Like, TA up against Morphling is not a particularly great matchup, and I think they just didn't manage to play off these spikes Boris had, which was, you know, it's frustrating to see, and it's frustrating for sure for the team because Boris had a pretty free game. What did we see? Like a Desolator by 12, almost, with Power Treads and Dragonlance? Like, he was just free farming.
Yeah, he certainly was, Boris. That was a bit of a sad game for him to lose game number one. I still remember us commenting on how fast the farm was, and just, I mean, they fell apart real quick. It was a real shame to watch, at least for the side of the American Goons. I'm sure they weren't feeling too happy about that one. And what, in game two they ran the TA back, but I believe they ran a mid lane after that, and that looked way worse, if I remember correctly. It was not even close to the performance Boris had in game one. Well, still, Ravens proving to still be the much better team here. Goons, I guess we had high expectations for these boys on the American Goons, but they just haven't been showing up the way we thought they would. Ravens, on the other hand, again looking fantastic, still yet to be defeated in this series. And right now, with the way things are going, the only team I can see really beating them is probably Wildcard Gaming, which are versing them today. So, we're going to get that series later on. But Wildcard's probably the only team I can see beating Ravens. And quite frankly, John, with the way Wildcard's been looking, I can't really say that confidently.
Yeah, it's been a little bit messier coming out from Wildcard. I feel like Ravens has been a lot cleaner, especially from, again, the games that we've seen. It's been a lot more straightforward. They have dropped a couple of games in their series, to be fair, but you could argue about Wildcard as well. So I don't know, I feel like with that later matchup, it's going to be down to who feels comfier in the start, who wakes up on the better side of their bed here. So we do see our leaderboard. Ravens and Wildcard, as you mentioned, up on top. Mike, C-Dub, and the cut kind of in the lower half of that, just barely maybe making it up to our promotion area. Tilted Boys, American Goons, Nexus Titans, and Grin on the bottom half. And there is quite the divide. The cut only playing 2 series still have an opportunity to kind of establish themselves in the top 4. Whereas the rest of our teams, with 2 losses in a row, it's a little bit harder for them to see that opening into Div 1 here, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible, but they've got to certainly start winning quite a bit for them to make that happen. And these bottom 4 teams, they just haven't looked the greatest since we've seen them. So I have to see how they try and kind of move their way up. But for now, again, we are going to be starting off with the cut versus Nexus Titans to get our series going here for today. And I believe right after that, it's going to be Ravens against Wildcard Gaming. And that's probably the hype one, right? Like, I don't think Wildcard have looked that clean. Both these teams are undefeated, so if there was a series to watch, it would be this one, the second one that is, and it should be pretty interesting. But I'm just saying, I wouldn't be quite surprised if we saw Ravens just kind of outplaying Wildcard here, because again, from the series we have watched from Wildcard, I just wouldn't say they've looked perfect whatsoever.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough for Wildcard. There's been a lot of issues that it feels like prevents them from reaching their full potential. Individually they have some pretty great players, but as a whole it's been a little bit shaky, and Ravens has looked a lot better as a unit. So that second series is going to be an interesting clash of players right now. I think individually, again, Wildcard a little bit better, but Ravens looking sharper as a unit. Our first series though, Nexus Titans up against the cut. This one is interesting in that theoretically the cut should be favored, but I'm not sure how to really weigh that. Nexus Titans did have to play up against Wildcard first, and then they had to play up against C-Dub. Arguably, in our first week, our top 2, as we see a little bit of comparison between our 2 teams. It's been a lot rougher for Nexus Titans, as you can see in the stats, Mike. Around half of the average assists, around half of the average kills, but less than half, actually, for both. Only the deaths matching up, which is not a good thing for the Titans.
No, it's not. Titans certainly have not had a good time, and I mean, look, they arguably they have been up against the better teams in a Div 2, but the stats certainly have not been doing them any favors with these team comparisons. So we'll have to wait and see how they can perform here up against the cut. Like, I'd still much favor the cut, I think, against Nexus Titans. Even though the cut haven't been looking the cleanest either, I think they do certainly look like the better team so far. But the series might prove us different. Might prove it different, rather. They might prove me wrong. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, Nexus Titans obviously pretty desperate for the win here against the cut, so hoping for a pretty good performance from them, as we do have also a player comparison ready to go, so we can have a look at that. And I believe compare our mid laners, and it is going to be, of course, Desperate versus MTD. And Desperate has not had a good time whatsoever. Like, these scorelines and the stats we're looking at, they're pretty different, John. They are very, very different.
That they are. Maybe just down to the fact that the 2-0 losses for Nexus Titans have been pretty quick games. Like, longest I believe they've played a game here for Nexus Titans has been like 31 minutes. Whereas the cut, again, they've gone the distance in some of their series. They've had a little bit longer match time. And again, they've looked a little bit sharper. I think MTD is also a really interesting player in that he looks really damn promising. Like, this is our one of the few times we get to see him in the pro scene. He looks amazing from what we've seen. Granted, not enough to really truly carry a game to close it out in some games, but his hero pool is diverse. We've seen him play a lot of stuff on the mid. He loves his Timbersaw mid. It looks impressive when he gets it out. So I'm really keen to see what heroes we see both sides kind of emphasize on the mid lane. I think that's a strong launching point, especially for the cut. I think MTD does set that pace for his team quite well.
Yeah, he certainly does. I wouldn't go as far as saying like he's at the most amazing level yet, but certainly a lot of room for improvement here for MTD. But he has been showing signs of greatness here. As we can have a look at the most pick heroes here between these two teams as well. And there you go. I mean, some of these heroes did just get nerfed yesterday in the new sub patch. So obviously the Wind Ranger not looking quite as strong. I think Mag got a little bit of a debuff. Klink's got a little bit of a nerf as well. Overall, the patch wasn't too big, so these heroes getting nerfed, they aren't too big of a deal, I don't think. But yeah, Nexus Titans, though, they've got some pretty unpopular heroes being picked up, so I don't think they really care so much.
Yeah, I think overall, the heroes that were strong will still stay strong. Maybe a little bit less emphasis on stuff like, say, Klink's, Abaddon core, probably harder sell. Wind Ranger, it still pops up. I'm keen to see if these teams adapt and kind of ditch some of these picks. I think the bigger changes are Ring of Health and Vanguard changes. So I'm keen to see if that affects our offlane more than anything else, even though we haven't had the rec offlane touch-ups in quite some time. I'm also rather curious whether or not Nexus Titans will lean into the Wind Ranger. That's something that they've had a lot of flex on. They've run it on Zor and Desperate on offlane and mid, so I'm keen to see if that's even still viable. Again, some of these touch-ups are necessary. A lot of them feel pretty unfun. I've played I played like 3-4 games last night in the patch, and let me tell you, Mike, I know Universal Heroes needed a touchdown, but I feel like individual hero nerfs feel really bad to play in comparison to maybe just a universal hero nerf. Not like all of the heroes, but like the universal type, because now I have to highlight that because it uses the word universal.
I knew they weren't going to do the whole universal type hero change. Like I knew for a fact it was going to be
not in the sub patch, maybe in major patch. I don't think stat changes like that, drastic stat changes across a whole SWAT of heroes, is done in a sub patch. So we might actually have to wait for another main patch.
I don't think they're going to change it. I'm pretty sure. I think they're just going to leave it the way it is. I don't think they'll revert the universal hero stat damage thing that's making it so popular right now. I think they're going to leave it the way it is. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't see what the problem is. I mean, it's a bit strong to say the least, but it's I think they will go down the individual hero route, because a lot of universal heroes just aren't strong at the moment. They just don't care for the stat bonuses with universal.
That is true. I just feel like a lot of the heroes they touched down were pretty fun to play. Like, probably a very pub-focused patch, because stuff like Wind Ranger didn't have the best win rates in Pro. Abaddon was not the most popular core pick, even though it is pretty busted in pubs. So a very pub-centric patch, I think, in comparison to a lot of sub-patches where it tends to tweak the meta a little bit more for the pro scene. So rather interesting to see that come out. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like you're still wrong about the damage values being fine. 0.7 is still pretty atrociously high. But the individual hero nerfs just make the heroes less fun to play, which is an interesting choice. If this is like a pub-focused patch, that's an interesting choice to make the hero less fun. Not less strong, just less fun. I don't know if that's how pub patches go.
Keep in mind, I didn't say the damage values were fine, Jonathan. I said they won't change it. It's I just don't think they'll revert it back to the way it was, to 0.6 or whatever the hell it is. It's Whether I think it's fine or not is a different question entirely, because it might not be with these universal heroes. I think, what was it, Quinn tweeted out today that he thinks they should just be deleted, which I believe is the second or third time he's tweeted that out recently about universal heroes. So it is what it is, Jonathan. They've made their changes, you know. I can appreciate some individual changes. I think the whole, you know, nerfing across the board is a bit boring in my opinion. So, you know, we'll see what they do. It's one sub patch after the big one. Let's see exactly where they'll go with this. Like, how much more they're gonna nerf. But yeah, it's I think it'll still bring some very interesting changes to the meta. Like even with the pro metas, we do have a draft up, so we can see if the changes are gonna have a big effect on the meta here in NA Div 2 at the very least. But I think the changes should at least have some form of an effect here.
Somewhat. Maybe Magnus is less emphasized, maybe Wind Ranger is less emphasized for what we've seen so far. In other places, it doesn't seem like it shifted things too hard, as we do have the draft on hand. Undying and Wind Ranger being taken out by the cut. Nexus Titans taking care of that MTD Timbersaw we were talking about, and taking care of the techies. So in the first phase bans, not too much. I suppose things like Silencer is still left in the pool, Bat Rider is still there if you feel like it's still strong post-nerf. Keen to see what the cut open up with. What else is a strong first pick? They go with the Doom, of course, even though that was nerfed. It's funny, the nerfs to Doom I found kind of hilarious, because it felt like it was just de-emphasizing, what was it? De-emphasizing Devour, where a lot of players tend to leave Devour level 1 anyway, and it's like, if you leave it level 1, then you're still kind of fine. So I'm rather interested to see how much really changes with the Doom. Probably the Vanguard nerf hits it a lot harder than its individual hero nerf there. So yeah, Doom still coming out. Not too surprising, all things considered. It is still the same hero despite a couple of value tweaks. It's still up there. It still gives you a lot in terms of like aura buildup. Doom is still strong itself.
Yeah, we saw Lil Nick play this like over and over again as well. It's like every second game has Doom when it comes to the cut. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they just continue picking the hero no matter what. As Nexus Titans, they'll go down the Ench route. This has also been a pretty popular support to have. Also can run it as a position 3 if you want. This hero didn't really get touched at all. So still the same thing, the Enchantress, completely untouched. Still very, very good here in the pro meta at the very least, and still very lane dominant, so they will go ahead and take it up for themselves.
And it's a little bit surprising Enchantress didn't get touched at all, considering how often we saw it in the DPC. And it's been really damn strong as well. The scaling potential, it's through the roof, it still feels good. None of its items got touched as well. We see the Spirit Breaker coming out from the side of Nexus Titans, and that one did get touched down a little bit. Cooldown and charges not as ridiculous, although to be fair, at max level it's a 1 second nerf, with even the Ag's taking a 1 second nerf as well, with his talent taking a 1 second nerf and his base armor taking just 1 down. So again, very interesting changes to the Spirit Breaker. The cut into the Medusa, and the Medusa I feel like has been adjusted quite nicely in the sense that the mana shield on illusions is not as good now, so it's a little bit more manageable. I think the damage coming out from Deuce is a little bit more manageable. The Mystic Snake gain is not as insane. A couple of value touches in the laning phase should make it feel a little bit better to lane into. So I'm keen to see how hard the Deuce has been hit by that. I feel like the Manta is still strong, for sure. Like your Deuce illusions are still ridiculous, but it's not as bad as it once was, at least.
No, it certainly isn't. I can't believe they banned, they nerfed Spirit Breaker, John. I cannot believe it. What did my boy do wrong for him to deserve this? What did he do wrong, John? He was in the meta for like 2 weeks, and then they nerfed it already.
I mean, to be fair, they nerfed nothing with his bulldoze. Legitimately, the one spell that probably has biggest issues with how valuable it is at level 1. At 1 level in investment, with the stat resist you
They
get.
killed my hero.
That's been
though.
untouched.
They're killing my
You
hero.
killed your hero. Killed
They're
your hero. It's
killing
a
it, John.
1 second nerf at max
They're killing
level. It's a 1 second nerf to his Ags. You get -1 base armor. That hero is probably the least affected by this patch, considering nerfs. In comparison to Doom with his nerfs, in comparison to Medusa with her nerfs, Wind Ranger, Abaddon, PL. All of these are much more significant than Spirit Breaker taking a 1 second hit at max level. This hero is still strong.
I'm never gonna recover from this.
My
They've ruined me.
Seconds remaining.
There's the Weaver
God
coming
bless
out.
you.
Radiant team pick.
This is a hero we've been seeing Nexus Titans pick up a lot. The Weaver coming out, which is not a hero that's been very popular as of late, but this team in particular seems to really enjoy picking up Weaver. So here it is again. I'm not sure how powerful of a hero Weaver really is right now, but I guess in the right hands it still can be an absolute monster of a hero, and
10 seconds.
well, they will take it. But again, I just question how good of a hero this is and what role they're playing it in.
I believe most of the time when Nexus Titans does pick it up, it's Zor in the offlane playing the Weaver. I'm wondering if that's still the case with, say, the Spirit Breaker and Ench supports. There's an argument to make it pause. One, there's an argument to make it support. The last time we saw Weaver in meta, it kind of did all those roles. So it's still kind of open for Nexus Titans. But again, historically, it has been Zor playing the offlane Weaver here for the side of the Nexus Titans. The cut going back into Disruptor and the Clinks. The Clinks getting touch up quite a fair bit here as well. It still does Clink stings. It's just a little bit less annoying. And Roshan is definitely one that takes a little bit of hit for the Clinks. Nexus Titans do pick up the Bloodseeker now. So that's an interesting solution to the Dusa. Your Shard not going to do as much, but you can keep her still, so you prevent the Dusa from trying to chase around. It's a hero that does pretty damn well in pretty much most lane matchups against, I think up against a Doom, it's not going to be too bad to play Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker plus Enchantress as a support duo as well is pretty solid. You can have Enchant slow into Bloodright, and just harass out the Doom that way, and just kind of keep a stable lane for the Bloodseeker here. So I do like seeing that for the side of Nexus Titans. I think that hero is, it's been popular, it's still popular, it still does a lot. And the only real change it got was some Bloodright damage decreases on first 2 levels. By level 3, it's not too bad, and by level 4, it's still the same.
God, I hate Bloodseeker. What a boring hero. Nexus Titans, final bans come.
Radiant team ban.
This Bloodseeker, I still question it. I really do. I still question this hero. I just don't think it's strong. I think in the right circumstances it's all right. But against the Medusa, is it really going to do that well? Like I question like if they get. I guess you are looking to set a tempo anyway. Like you aren't looking to really drag out the game too long here against the cut. But in the situation where you are forced to drag out the game, like it does feel like you are going to be in a bit of problems with this kind of draft that Nexus Titans do have.
Radiant team pick.
Very early game
Scalings can be interesting for sure. I think the Weaver can safely scale up for you, and that could be where your Diffusal Carrier comes out here for Nexus Titans as well. And that could be one way to just try to melt through to do some mana. But directly the core definitely not the comfiest for Bloodseeker, but we've seen a lot of teams lean into Bloodseeker in a Medusa matchup. So we'll see if it pays off for the side of Nexus Titans. Mid pickups next. The Emperor is the only Spirit Brother that's kind of been left in the pool. Wouldn't mind it too much for the cut. It doesn't feel like you've got the direct control here from the side of Nexus Titans to handle an Ember pickup. So you should be able to kind of dance around it here with a cut. Gives you a lot more presence, a wave to rip through the back line. And they go to Zeus instead, which is a really interesting option. The burst damage does feel good. I suppose now you have this global pick-off opportunity with a Clinks plus Zeus combination on hand. So if your Clinks is on a target, Zeus can help you just destroy it very, very fast.
10 seconds
And in mid, I suppose if you're willing to give out the Ember, Zeus versus Ember is actually a pretty damn good lane for Zeus. Yeah, they'll take the Ember anyway on Nexus Titans. I don't mind that. I think a Zeus handles that lane matchup fairly well. You can melt through Flame Guard. You will get Sleight of Fist spam to heck, but it's probably not the worst thing in the world. You've got Hold for the Ember here as well with the Disruptor, so you've got some ways to manage that hero here.
Yeah. The Cut seems to be one of the only teams that really enjoys playing the mid Zeus as well. Like MTD played Zeus the last time we saw the Cut in the mid lane, and it actually was with a Clinks and a Medusa on his team. So yeah, kind of a similar draft in that sense. They seem to like running the Zeus with these heroes, and why the hell not? It's great high ground defense as well. So if you end up in a position where you're forced to hold high ground, or you're forced to hold tier 2 towers, like the Zeus is one of the better heroes at being able to just stand there and kind of just zap the creep wave. We also saw the Lightning Hands build as well, that game as well from MTD at the end. So I can't say the Lightning Hands did anything. I thought it was quite weak actually when we first saw it with MTD, but I think it's fine if you want to scale into the late game. It's still just fine to pick it up. We'll have to wait and see as the Cut vs Nexus Titans is set to get underway here for game number 1. Do you have a preferred draft going to this game, John?
I'd lean towards the Cuts draft. I think it feels a lot more stitched together. Your lane matchups for Nexus Titans are interesting. I feel like the Zeus does win out the Ember mid matchup quite well. And you do have a scaling issue. I do agree with you still with a Bloodseeker. Even though I don't think it's as bad, its win rate has been pretty poor. In NA, it's done a little bit better, but getting into the Medusa, as the game scales on, it feels like it's more about the Weaver. And how much farm you get as a Weaver offlane, not sure. We'll have to see. Zor, again, has played this multiple times for the side of Nexus Titans, but it's not the most straightforward lanes. Like, Weaver up against Dusa is maybe something that can punish Dusa early on, but it also is a little bit risky.
They're going to run into each other. Are they going to see them straight away? It looks like they are going to go and try and chase the Ench, and Nature Lover is already gone. In we go for more. Kiritsugu going to be targeted. Athena also dropping extremely low, but they want the Bloodseeker. They almost have him, though he is running a little bit too quickly here for the Cut to finish him off. But no, there's the slow coming out. Mystic Snake to fly out as well, but it's not going to hit the Bloodseeker. So they're going to be just fine to get Kiritsugu out of there. But First Blood already going the way of the Cut. And to make matters worse, it goes to MTD. So the mid Zeus gets the bonus gold.
Yeah, it's going to be more than happy, of course, starting off the lane like that, having a little bit more to get into the bottle. Finishes up the full Magic Wand first for MTD. Having some more regen on hand up against maybe some of the spell spam you'd expect from an Ember. And they do start off with an extra bounty rune here, sneaking one away on Ade. So 3-for-1 start for the Cut, feeling great there. It looks like MTD will just opt to TP into his lane. Doesn't mind skipping out on the block for a bit and get to look at that mid matchup. MTD on the Zeus up against Desperate on the Ember. Again, not too bad for a Zeus. It does get annoying maybe by level 3 when you have level 2 Sleight of Fist here for Desperate. That's where things can go a little bit south for the Zeus. You don't have the most durability to kind of handle just the output that an Ember will have there with the right clicks, but before that, I mean, Flame Guard is something you can melt through. You can handle the creep wave quite nicely with Arc Lightning. Not the worst thing in the world for a Zeus to play into for sure.
It's certainly not. We'll see how MTD does deal with it. I mean, for now, I think MTD's just, from what we've seen, he should just be the better player here in this matchup. So, see if Desperate can keep up. Have a look at the side lanes though as well, of course. Bottom lane, looks like there is a bit of action. Thana just chasing EMP. Of course, Scourge McDuck's going to be there. Zor's going to be there on the position 3 Weaver. I highly doubt they can do anything to slow Scourge McDuck down here. Like, maybe you've got a little kill potential here with Thana and Zor, but it does feel like you are lacking in the damage department. Not really any spells to throw out either. So, this bottom lane, like, yeah, sure, there could be some kills to happen, but for now, it's going to feel quite passive.
Yeah, and even though you have this mobility coming out from Nexus Titans, a Disruptor can punish easily, especially if Empyrean does opt for the kinetic field level at some point. So even if you try to charge into to do so, you might not have the best ways to truly just run through that kinetic field. For now, Scourge McDuck having a pretty damn free lane. We are seeing Tana kind of try to grab up that creep wave, try to just soak up some EXP as you tend to want to do on the Spirit Breaker. And Well, this lane only gets scary from Nexus Titans maybe by their level 4 or 5, really. That's the point where you can start to punish a little bit more. Heck, Empyrean doesn't even get the kinetic field, just wants to try to glimpse and force out the Shikuchi uses early on. Could be a nice way to cut off the charges as well from Tena.
Yeah.
Should be able to soak up.
Yeah, top lane, Nature Lover's going to be there as well here. With Kiritsugu, of course, Ade is going to be around on the Doom with the Clink Speed God's going to be around on the... Just trying to deal damage to Nature Lover for now. It seems like it should be a dominant lane here for Nexus Titans up at top lane, but at the very least, I think they're kind of doing just fine and kind of staying around here in the lane, though as the levels go up, it might become a little bit more challenging. They are trying their best to apply their pressure here on the Ench Bloodseeker, but it doesn't seem like Ade really cares too much.
Yeah, you did get Blood Right again. Value for damage is kind of dropped a little bit more. You've got the enchant into Blood Right, so you have a slow setup for that.
No, mid lane, MTD, just getting the solo pick off here onto Desperate. That is not what you want to see if you're Nexus Titans. That is a terrible start here for the Ember as Ade. Top lane, going to be in danger, is going to try and go for the man fight, but Kiritsugu will oblige. And B-God, of course, did not have the damage to finish off the Bloodseeker, so a nice, easy pick-off for them.
That's just, again, you have the enchant and Blood Right. The damage is nerfed, but the chase down is where it's really important. Then you have enough output from Nature Lover and just the right clicks of Kiritsugu to kind of clean up a Doom. So a little bit rough for Ade to kind of fall, but again, not the worst thing in the world. You're still Doom, you're still going to be farming up. You can stay with a level 1 Devourer build. It's down bot getting aggressive here.
Oh, they've got Zor down. Zor. And that's a Weaver going down. Like, that's the hero you probably wouldn't expect to die. But Zor getting glimpsed back here by Empyrean is going to get punished, and I suppose it is a level 1 Sakuchi, so the cooldown is quite long at 15 seconds. The poor Weaver just had no way out.
Nah. It's a little bit rough again in this lane. Level 4 doesn't save you either. I feel like it's really level 5 where you could maybe go for a 1-3-1 build on Weaver where that lane starts to feel stable. Even then, at that point, Scourge McDuck's farm starts to really be at the point where he's just fine, kind of going into the jungle at that point by 5. So you have to kind of pick your poison here on the side of Nexus Titans. And again, the impact of Tena not really felt. It's not like it's an easy lane to just run up, try to go for some bashes here. Overall, a strong start for the cut, 3-1, 2K lead coming out their way. Mid and safe lane doing spectacularly well. I think this for the side of the Nexus Titans, it's going to be a bit of a struggle in trying to find those openings now.
Zor goes down again. And now of MTD pops the ulti, gets one. They'll find another at bot lane. So Desperate goes down, Thana goes down. Just everyone dropping here on Nexus Titans. This mid and the off lane of Nexus Titans have gone terribly. The only lane going okay is the top. But even that's not going well. Like, you're a Bloodseeker against a Medusa later. It's not going to feel that good. And Ade's still finding farm.
Oh.
Charge out. They're going to try and punish the top lane. So Ade is going to go down a second time. I appreciate the attention to the top lane, but I would like maybe a little bit more in the mid lane, I think, because MTD getting this off to this good of a start. Like, he's level 7 compared to the level 5 of Desperate. That's not going to feel very good for your Ember, as now B-God's going to get jumped here, but even he's not dropping. They'll charge through him and get the kill. Now on to MTD, there you go. But MTD looking to try and fight back here, though he is dropping quite low, but still fighting. Thana looking like he's the one to drop as he does go down. But Desperate is going to try and secure Empyrean. Problem is he doesn't seem to have the damage. So Empyrean, at least for now, is going to run. MTD will need to do the exact same thing, however. He will go back towards the fountain. In fact, never mind. B-God's going to come in and give him the full bottle. Yeah, ooh, Desperate. Oh, Chain's missing. That's going to give another opening to MTD. There is a charging coming, so he does need to be a little bit careful here on the Zeus. Desperate trying to bait him a little bit forward now as Thana is going to reveal himself. MTD will just use the heavenly jump away, and he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, man. at least managed to get someone here to soak some EXP while Desperate resets. Does have a Remnant back in. They're starting to emphasize mid here heavily. Nature Lover showing up as well. Next rune is still a ways off, but wants to start getting aggressive to shut down. Maybe scout out some stacks. Nothing quite there yet for the cut.
Nature Lover now going to find himself in a spot of trouble. It's Desperate. Well, he's the one that really needs to get out, but in fact, it's MTD now that's in trouble. Jump away again. This heavily jump can just feel so obnoxious as a spell. Like, just, you're a Spirit Breaker charging in and he just jumps away casually. There's not really much you can do about it here as the Breaker at level 4. At least they are giving Desperate a lot of space here in the Ember to try and catch up, but he's got like half the net worth of FTD. That's how badly the mid lane went.
Yeah, again, the core matchup for Zeus just feels really good. Gets the reset, comes in, has the ult ready.
And goes down.
Finds a kill.
Yeah, Desperate's gone.
Dire's middle tower.
This is a pretty big stomp so far, I can't lie. It's the laning stage has gone so badly for Nexus Titans. See if they can set up something down a bot lane. Like, there is a big group up here. They are looking at the Medusa. I don't think Scourge McDuck is going to be that easy of a pick-off, though. And, well, it looks like for now they aren't even going to bother trying to jump in. I think they realize that this is way too dangerous of a kill attempt to go for.
And the one thing is, you're feeling really confident right now in the cut. Scourge McDuck doesn't even have the value point in that Stone Gaze. Feeling like he doesn't even need it. His team can back him up. He can just go for a full farm build. Has the Yasha up plus Power Tread, so he's in a really good position now as this Dusa. Some rather interesting charge angles here, MTD.
I mean, they're trying. We've seen this before. Heavily jump away. Desperate, trying to help get the kill, but now he's in danger. Oh, no. He had remnants too, but he just didn't... I guess he didn't expect the Static Storm to come out this early. Empyrean getting a glimpse back as well is going to find Nature Lover, and Nature Lover might be safe, but they've got the slow from the Tar Bomb in just a moment. Oh, and the Kinetic Field's going to land as well. That's a bit of a problem here for Nature Lover. Still Enchant is going to slow down B-God, but Empyrean's still going. We'll find the kill. And going back to that mid-Ember kill that just happened, I don't think they were expecting Empyrean to already be level 6 at 9 minutes, but he is.
Yeah, I mean, your supports for comparison here, your Spirit Breaker still stuck at 4. Your Enchantress is a little bit more far ahead, but you want the Spirit Breaker to really hit his level strides. They do still have their Wisdom Rune available. That should help the cause here. That does bring Tana to 5 and 5.5 now for Nature Lover, so a little bit more to play with at least on the Spirit Breaker with level 3 Bash Up. Still 10-3, 4K lead coming out for the side of the cut. You mentioned this being a stop, Mike. It looks more like a hammering. You know, blunt force trauma right to Nexus Titans in the laning stage for now. It's going to be a tough path to recovery. Like we talked about Zora being the solution to Dedusa, this is not a well-farmed Weaver. You do hit your level spikes, so with Chikuchi up, you should be able to farm fine in lane, but the timings for, say, a Diffusal, it's still going to be a little bit long in the tooth here.
Oh, boy. Mid lane again, MTD, finding a solo pick-off. I mean, I say solo, B-God was around on the Clinks, but I don't think he really did much. MTD's got the full phylactery up now, so his output's pretty insane in terms of the damage department. Already has max Q and W, so he's got the combos he needs, and well, Desperate just cannot survive if he shows up in front of this Zeus at the moment. There is almost a 4-level difference between the Zeus and the Ember. That is how badly this mid lane matchup has gone for Nexus Titans.
Yeah, it's just not been good for Desperate. I mean, again, Zeus wins that mid lane matchup in the early levels, but you don't expect him to win out by this big a margin. Having the same farm as Scourge McDuck has from free lane. You've really gotten everything you could have asked for here. The side of Nexus Titans maybe looking to collapse up top once more.
Yeah, are they? Gonna be chased down. Charge will connect. Rupture out now. They are focusing very hard to make sure Ade does not have a good game, but the Doom does come out. Static Storm dropped as well. The Bloodseeker, he is way too low. He's gone. Nature Lover, he will drop to boot. MTD coming in for a triple kill. They'll have a look for a little bit more now. Zor, he will get glimpsed back. Empyrean gonna drop here to Desperate. In fact, Zor was the one who claimed the kill on the Weaver. Nevertheless, though, 6k advantage now the way of the cut. A 3-for-1 trade. MTD getting all the kills on the Zeus now, 9-0-2. And this, I mean, he's just completely uncontested. It's not even close right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary to kind of play into this real sharp timing coming out from the side of the cut. Nexus Titans, again, dragging 3 more heroes up top. And that entire rotation, just, you can't even kill off the guy you were running into with 3 heroes. Ade just has the back of his team, the cut working as a unit really damn well. I'm surprised they're emphasizing the Doom so much more than they are emphasizing the Medusa. You know, not going for a Scourge McDuck here, who's been isolated down bot. Just trying to bully out a Doom with Devour Midas. And Adi's enjoying himself. Again, he had some nerfs on Devour Gold. It's still a lot of gold anyway. You have some nerfs to Vanguard. He's still tanky. He's still durable. And they'll still commit the same 3 heroes up here.
On 8. Here we go again. I mean, they are just consistently aiming this guy. The thing is, I don't believe they can deal with the Medusa, and we're going to find out right now, because Scourge McDuck is going to TP in. Glimpse back, a great static storm here by Empyrean. Desperate is still trying to get some kills going. Zor will go down. Desperate down now to boot. They are trying to chase Empyrean, but he survived. Thana was trying to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Nature Lover also going to go down to MTD. As Thana is still trying to kill Empyrean. Will not get him though. So 8k advantage. 4 down for Nexus Titans. The only one to survive was Kiritsugu. Now, this Pos1 Bloodseeker desperately trying to get a BKB up so he can actually fight in these team fights. So right now, they can't do anything against this Zeus. Like, without a BKB up, everyone is just melting.
And this is going to be a continuous struggle for the side of Nexus Titans, because they don't have a real good aura carrier. Unless you start to itemize that way here for Tana. Like, your offlane Weaver's definitely not going to go auras for sure. He's not even going Diffusal, opting for a Gleipnir for additional control. That's still going to take some time here. Again, without the Maelstrom start farming here, it's a lot slower than you'd want it to be for Zor to play in the jungle or to clear out these creep waves. They are still clumping up top, charge out onto Begot, but they don't fully commit. And for the side of the cut, just a straightforward push up top. Crimson Guard, only the recipe away here for good old Ade. Even MTD joining in on the fun, just wailing onto the tower. Has a haste ready to go. Full Kaya up with a phylactery. This Zeus, man, one of the few heroes to get buffed here. Does a lot more damage, especially with that Thunder God's Wrath. Not to be underestimated.
Yeah, he's killing it. I mean, props to MTD. I believe this is actually one of his favorite mid-heroes to play. Zor is doing literally no damage to B-God. B-God is literally just standing there de-warding right now. That was depressing to say the least. Charge forward, maybe they can get him, but now the Static Storm going to be dropped right on top of their heads, and it was all a bait in the end. Empyrean, he's always in position with these Static Storms, and well, in Nexus Titans, they're trying their best to get some kind of kills their way. It's just not working out, and apparently Desperate needs to fix his cam. I don't blame him for not wanting to be on camera right now, John. I don't quite blame him.
Yeah, it's a rough go. It's a rough go, to say the least here, for the side of Nexus Titans. Again, less of a stomp, more of a hammering. There's some severe blunt force trauma coming out from the side of the cut. The side of Nexus Titans, I don't even know if I can say they have a launching port right now. Zor forced to use out the time lapse to bail out of mid. You're getting some good farm in Kiritsugu. As you mentioned, the BKB will come online eventually. I don't know if your Bloodseeker will really have a lot of presence here, though. Again, it's not the tankiest hero. Does have decent armor, I suppose, but this is a Dusa who's not going to be playing into a Crimson Guard from any one of your team anytime soon. So the Dusa damage is going to be stable. They're setting their eyes onto Ade down bot again. They've got good forward vision down south to kind of look for that opportunity on the Doom here.
But Ade's he's not the problem. That's my issue. Like, they keep aiming this guy. Maybe it's just a matter of they think that's the only core they can kill right now, and they'd probably be correct in saying that. But he's not the problem. Like, Scourge McDuck has a full butterfly up now. Like, maybe kill the Zeus if we're gonna go for anyone squishy. It's gotta be the Zeus. MTD's got a 12 kill streak. Top lane. Dana's gonna get caught. Dana's down.
Jesus Christ.
Desperate cannot fight right now. He needs to run. Meanwhile, Zor's just being controlled up by Empyrean. He's actually losing so much HP on the Weaver. Desperate still remnant around, but the chase is on here from Empyrean again. Meanwhile, Zor, he's just gonna drop. No real contest here. The Cut are just demolishing them.
Yeah, they're wrecking through right here, Mike. I do agree with you. When these moves on Ade have not paid off, even if he's died 3 times, like, what does that achieve? This dude is just going Crimson Guard. He's going utility this game, going for the Guardian Greaves as well. He's just going full aura. If you jump MTD, if you jumped him earlier on, especially with 4 heroes, perhaps, that could have been the kill. You know, and this guy could have been the target he went down for. Instead, MTD, he's 12-0-5. 12-0-5. Not dying on a Zeus is just crazy.
Oh, Desperate.
It's not a mobile hero.
Desperate. Runcer. He remnanted right into this Clinks. The B-God's not going to find him in time. It looks like he's going to be alright, but they know the Remnant's there. And I don't think he knows the Clinks was waiting for him. So he's going to come back to this Remnant, the poor guy. But no, it looks like he's going to walk. He'll play it safe. He'll realize they're around.
Yeah.
That's good news.
They had a ward in the area, so he does see the rest of the team, and that does mean that he has to back off. They are trying to push in mid, but not with a full commit either.
They can't. They don't have any damage. They can't fight the Cut at the moment, even if they wanted to. Ade is literally just rushing forward with this Crimson Guard, knowing that they actually can't kill him as long as he has a bit of backup. Empyrean's going to get a glimpse back. They'll try to aim him down. They might have him, but now the Static Storm's going to be dropped, so Zor is down. They are still trying to find Kiritsugu, though, dropping real darn quick as they will continue chasing down the Cut, but the Cut is just standing their ground, maybe a little bit too long, however. They do lose MTD. They do lose another in the Empyrean Disruptor, and now they've lost B-God. That is a lot of gold set to go the way of Nexus Titans. So the team fight does work out in their favor as Nature Lover barely makes it out, avoiding the team wipe. And that was quite a few streaks going the way of Nexus Titans, so the gold influx is nice. Mind you, they still have a big Medusa problem, but at least they get some kills on the board.
Yeah, if you look at the fight recap for that one, 2.9k gold going Nexus Titans' way despite losing more heroes. I mean, that's what happens when you're 13k behind. And the side of the Cut, not quite respecting that BKB. That does allow them to kind of handle the Zeus a lot better. MTD just getting run down by a Bloodseeker that doesn't care too much. Still, the moment Scourge McDuck shows up, the fight is pretty hard to manage. And I do like what MTD's going for now. Just going for the Lincolns. Getting some protection from the Rupture so he can run his way out of that Blood Rite. And for Titans, they need to find a way to replicate that fight. I don't know if they can, considering that came out from Ade just running forward there.
Roshan is going to get started here as well from the Cut. So after one average team fight for themselves, they decide they better just take Roshan. Play it safe. Don't get too excited. And that they will. Smoke is out from Nexus Titans. They were trying to get there, but they will decide better of it, I guess, as they are a bit too late to the party, though they are at least sticking around a little bit here with Zor. Zor not being spotted, however, should be just fine to get out of that side of the map. Just get to a safer point. And it seems like they'll work on just creep skipping right now to make sure that the push can't come in here for Nexus Titans. The TPs are incoming. EMP, he's going to find at least Thana. Static Storm to be dropped, but Thana just TPs out. The Weaver being just fine for now, though in comes the Cut going for the chase. Zor will be able to secure you away, but B-God is on the chase, and now the time lapse the other way. Just to ensure that he will make it away. And it seems like he will.
Never refuse gold given.
Yep. Does manage to snipe a couple of couriers there as well, Zor. So gives themselves a little bit of gold to play with here. I'm looking at Kiritsugu, Mike. He is going for the Yags.
Right.
I don't know if that's a solution right now. I appreciate his belief in the Yags. You know, I'm someone who commiserates with people who think the Yags is good. I don't think it's good in this game. Let me tell him, Mike. I do not think this fixes his issues on the Bloodseeker up against this Medusa. So we'll have to see if it pays off. I mean, if you do run down MTD, he will die a lot faster. That's something.
Well, I don't know if MTD is worried, John, because they're going for T3 towers at the moment. So, you know, you can farm this axe all you want. It feels a little bit memey, this game. I mean, at least you're going to have a nice shield. Maybe that's why they're playing with the axe here for the Bloodseeker. Just have the shield up. Just get that kind of overhealing going, but... Well, there goes your mid-racks. Like, you're not going to have time to farm the axe and go for a fight, I don't think. Unless you want to play with 2 racks down, which is seeming like what Nexus Titans are going to have to do. They do still have a bottom T2 tower, so there's no chance that their bottom rack's going. But being 2 racks down is going to feel like megas anyway for Nexus Titans right now, as they are going to get at least some backdoor protection kicking in time. No creeps around the base, which does mean the cut eventually do just have to leave. They don't have the damage yet. Desperate though.
Nah.
He's okay. He'll remnant away.
Yeah. Some heads-up plays from Nexus Titans, at least cutting off the creep waves, so the cut doesn't have that opportunity to continue that high ground siege. Still, they find Amelia racks on mid. You're still feeling good about having the super creeps up in that direction. Desperate again.
He'll remnant away. He'll be okay.
It's fine. He's working towards his BKB as well to have a little bit more impact in the middle of these fights. Things coming out for Tana. He is standing right in the middle. You have bigger issues now with your Dusa though. And a full Orchid for B-God. He finds his solo kill on your Spirit Breaker. Oh.
Kiritsugu. The chase is on.
Arik does not care about Rupture.
No, I mean, who cares? He's literally just continuing to run through it. He is helping with the thirst of Kiritsugu, though. So he kind of messed up in that sense, adding the movement speed with the thirst. But apart from that, who cares about the damage? He's just kind of sending a message here to the Bloodseeker. And that is depressing. Like, when you see a Doom just literally walking with your Uptron, chasing you down with no fear in the world, like, that is a pretty demoralizing sight to have to watch.
What it is. Desperate TP'd in and is
Yes, he did.
stuck here for a bit. Rather interesting.
Mid lane,
All right.
B-God's going to get jumped. B-God should be going down, and he will go down. Nice pick off to start things off here for Nexus Titans. But a little bit more than that, I'm sure, but at least for now, it's a good start. Question is, can they deal with Scourge McDuck now? Because he's the big issue. Charges out onto MTD. MTD going to be just fine to heavily jump away. They are trying to slowly chip away at the mana pool of Scourge McDuck, though he is just fighting back so easily. So you saw how much damage he just did to Zor. And then off they go again onto the high ground. Kiritsugu needs to be very cautious with the damage output. Glimpses back. He's really confident here, and he's just down. Not respecting the kinetic field that was coming out here from Empyrean. He just drops, and now Nexus Titans forced to fight 3v5. But they cannot deal with this Medusa whatsoever. They just don't have the heroes. They don't have the net worth. Now the Static Storm to come out into the Doom. Just stacking everything here for the cut. Making sure Zor goes down. And Nexus Titans, I mean, they've got to call it. There you go. They've had enough. There is no chance of making a comeback this game one.
No. I mean, I appreciate they go back into comfort. They go back for this off-lane Weaver that they've run multiple times in Zor. It just doesn't have laning presence, you know, especially with a Spirit Breaker support up against a Dusa. It didn't feel like you really had any angles in. Empyrean playing a really solid game in that Disruptor. MTD dominating his mid lane and literally every lane going for the cut in the first 5 minutes. That's not the kind of game that feels good at all for Nexus Titans. I think the draft was one part, but just execution-wise as well is where it just feels a lot looser here for the side of Nexus Titans, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty rough affair here for Nexus Titans. I can't lie, John. Like, you know, maybe they go back to the drawing board, they come back for game 2, and they kind of figure out where they went wrong. But all their lanes went really wrong. I think the only lane that was kind of manageable was the safe lane here with the Bloodseeker, and we get to see it now. Mind you, when I say it was manageable, he had 3 heroes here the whole time. And you saw this first interaction, like, Kiritsugu ends up dying, they end up getting wiped here by MTD. And I think it's fine to focus the Doom, but of all heroes, this guy is going to be able to buy a Midas, and he's just going to be able to devour Midas creeps the whole game. So in terms of net worth, he is going to catch up very, very quickly. I appreciate the fact that they're trying to stop the aura items coming out earlier, but it didn't seem to do anything. Like, he still got the items up at a fine time. And if anyone was the real problem, it was probably MTD. Like, this Zeus just became unstoppable, and they had no way of dealing with him. Like, they tried to deal with him multiple times with the charge in, but he would just heavily jump to the tier 1 tower every time. And there was just nothing that could be done about it.
Yeah, and I think it was just down to the cut as well. Having good recognition as to when to back MTD up. There was a couple of times where some of those mid rotations looked like it could have gotten the Zeus, but they get enough spacing, they use their spells really well, they execute and get a good position for MTD to back off, and he even finds a couple of kills on his way out. Like, I do agree with what you said in the middle of that game as well, where, you know, when they were jumping Ade down bot, when they did switch lanes, they probably should have been able to get the Zeus in a couple of those engagements. You know, in a couple of those times in that game where he's just kind of mid, he's in vision, you could try to charge Shukuchi in, get your remnants out as well. Like, you had so much mobility on the side of Nexus Titans. This lineup could have gone for a few more pickoffs than it had in the end. And I don't know, it's been rough for Nexus Titans. The cut, though, showing us why this team is still up there despite having a rockier start. And of course, we do have to hand our MVP over to no one else but MTD. This guy in the Zeus. 15-1-9. If he didn't die in that one mid fight, he would have gotten a pretty perfect game. Just a little bit, maybe a bit too far forward in that one, but another spectacular performance from our mid. And again, we've talked about MTD quite a fair bit, Mike. He's looked damn promising in a few games we've seen from the cut.
Oh, he certainly has been, and there's another promising game here from MTD. I don't think he's the kind of player that cares about perfect games anyway. I'm pretty sure he's more than happy with what he's got there with the 15-1-9. Fantastic game, just completely schooling the Desperate Ember. And it was quite literally the Desperate Ember here, this game 1, because it did look like he was quite desperate to try and make a comeback here in this game 1 as the Ember Spirit. So props to MTD for putting up a hell of a performance and just giving absolutely zero chance for this mid lane to do anything from the end of Nexus Titans. Still, we are going to have a chance to go to a break, and of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with our Game 2 draft here between the cut and Nexus Titans. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between the Nexus Titans and, of course, the Cut. It's MLP Dota and Dronix Fire once again. John, Game 1 not really going in the way of Nexus Titans. Their draft not taking off whatsoever. The Cut just dominating every single lane. I'm not sure what I can ask you in this kind of scenario, because I don't think it was a drafting issue whatsoever here in this Game 1. I just think they got completely outplayed during the lanes and just... You know, you lose lanes, you tend to lose game. That's exactly what happened here in Game 1. Is there anything in particular you would like to see changed up here for Nexus Titans to try and give them a better shot at Game 2, John?
I think the Zora hero offlane probably is the one thing I'd like to see changed. I think your support duo is fine. Your mid matchup, you picked the Ember into Zeus, so surely you knew that lane was going to be a little bit rough. But really, just the Weaver, I feel like, didn't have the most impact coming out from Zora. I say that, but Zora's hero pool has been rather strange on the offlane. He's played Axe, Weaver, Wind Ranger, and Void Spirit on the offlane this tour. That's not particularly the most meta list of offlanes. Like, just not having something that could also just be a aura carrier. I think maybe just play a run-of-the-mill aura carrier in the offlane. You might end up having a bit of a better time. I'm keen to see how they adjust in the draft, as we do have it live already here, so you can take a look at what both sides have in store for us. Nexus Titans banning out the Dusa and the Doom, and the Cut banning out Techies and Timbersaw. So no big surprises taking out Doom and Dusa after that game 1 performance here from the Cut. Nexus Titans, though, I don't know what they start off with. They'll go with the Wind Ranger, so I don't think that fixes the issues. Mike, they've run this safe lane and off lane. Again, this is one of Zora's few heroes. In fact, I think overall, Nexus Titans have had the fewest unique heroes in all of the DPC, in all of Tour 3. Across every region, every division, Nexus Titans have picked the least. Granted, they've only played 2 series, but I feel like we've seen a lot more teams pick a lot more heroes in Tour series in comparison to the Titans here.
Yeah, it's yeah. The Wind Ranger start doesn't incite much confidence in me, as they do go for the Undying pickup, which is, you know, Undying's a nice hero. They managed to grab it for themselves. Mind you, it is against a Clink, so Tombstone usage might be a little bit more challenging because the Clinks can tend to burst it down with strafe. Nevertheless, though, it's still a nice pick here for Nexus Titans. And was Undying? I actually can't remember. Was Undying nerfed at all in this sub patch?
No, he wasn't touched at all.
Wow,
so
that surprises me a
untouched.
lot. That really surprises me, because I think this hero is pretty damn strong at the moment.
It is strong, but I don't think it's like completely busted. There's still ways to manage that hero for sure, and I think it's not like the forerunner in concern and like the universal hero types. So I get why it's kind of been ignored. And I'm keen to see whether or not this performance from Nexus Titans with a solid support can have some impact. That is Nature Lover's hero. It ought to be. The Cut, I mean, with Clinks and Magnus, you're feeling pretty fine. Again, Magnus kind of getting some nerfs here, especially in the self-empower. Bonus from 75 to 50%. It does feel a lot less a lot less damage coming out from Magnus for sure. But you still have the Harpoon. Harpoon wasn't touched, so you should still have a great time. And it still feels really good when you manage to get like your Harpoon blink timing up. So your ability to reposition heroes has not changed. The Cut, they take out the Storm, they take out the Axe. So it looks like they want to force the Wind Ranger to be perhaps the offlane, considering that limited pool for Zor, and also it's just targeting Desperate a bit with that Storm here as well. I'm interested to see what hero they do take, and again, where they go with is Flex on the Wind Ranger. What else could the Cut ban? What else do they like to play? There's a Slark ban here if you want it. I think Slark's probably the most stable hero Kiritsugi has. And I guess a Pocket OD pick could be annoying. They ban out the Spirit Breaker instead. And they will pick up the Disruptor once more. So the same support duo, Clink's Disruptor. Empyrean had a great time last time around. Don't really fault them for going back into that.
Oh, well, why not? He certainly had a brilliant performance there on the Disruptor last game.
10 seconds remaining.
Nexus Titans Good to still see the smiles on their faces here. It's again, game one was quite depressing to say the least, I'm sure, for them. So they're gonna go down the LC route, which is another hero that surprisingly hasn't been touched very much. I'm trying to see exactly what. Oh wow, they didn't even touch it.
Touchdown.
Well,
Huh?
10
They did.
seconds remaining.
They did touch the Legion Commander.
oh, they did touch
2
it.
damage
okay.
down. Yeah,
5
2 damage
seconds
down
remaining.
and bonus attack decreased. Level 1 still pretty strong for overwhelming odds, but it does drop down. You take a 15 attack speed hit max
Radiant
level,
team picked.
which
That's
is
still
significant.
crazy.
I think it's a little bit easier to handle, and scaling into it, it's not too bad. Like I don't think the changes make it that bad in the offlane. I like seeing this from the side of Nexus Titans, correcting pretty hard. So that should be a Wind Ranger core with a Skyrat Mage pickup as well. You've got a dual combination to play with, which feels solid.
5
Empyrean,
seconds
just kind of
remaining.
happy to see this. Again, smiles from the cut as well. You don't have a way of getting a saving support, but you can just kind of work out maybe a ranged matchup up against the LC. That tends to feel pretty bad for that hero nowadays. Does take out the ability to take maybe an illusion hero here for Scourge McDuck. TA could be an option if they wanted. Kind of open. What else is a meta ranged hero? Lena arguably is a pretty strong magic dealer, although I don't know if that means it's a safe lane. It feels like it's back to being a mid, perhaps. That got touched up a little bit. We go to Wraith King. So that's probably one of the few melee matchups that the LC doesn't really enjoy as it scales up. Maybe by level 4, the Wraith King starts to feel a lot better there. The LC shouldn't just be able to find a straight win. It does mean that even if you get dueled up with Mystic Flare, you're going to be back up for the fight. And it's a solid combination with Magnus.
5
I mean,
seconds
Empower was
remaining.
nerfed for yourself, but not for your allies. So it's a solid Empower target now here for the cut.
Dire team
Yeah, it almost feels like the cut are having a bit of fun with their draft, though. I do remember Scourge McDuck does enjoy playing the Wraith King quite a lot from the times we used to cast NA, I think last year or the year before.
Radiant team
I do
back.
specifically remember Scourge McDuck quite enjoyed this hero quite a bit. So, final ban out to come. Still banning position 1s for Nexus Titans. I mean, they already got rid of the
10
Slark.
seconds remaining.
Yeah. I suppose if you're really
5
worried
seconds
about it,
remaining.
a TA, it's one of the other heroes that we've seen Kiritsugu play, so you could also ban that out. You ban out the Naga instead, so taking care of some illusion heroes that the Cuts lineup don't really necessarily deal with all too well. The Titans, well, they've kind of left something big in the pool here, Mike. If they don't pick up the Zeus themselves, I can see the Cut just going for it. I don't think it's a bad
10
game for it.
seconds remaining.
No, they could. They could do so.
Morphling.
Morphling will come out, which it must mean that's a mid-wind ranger we're looking at. I do believe. Now the cut we'll see what they want to go for here in this mid lane for MTD.
10
I don't know if
seconds
Zeus will
remaining.
be the pickup this time around. Sounds like they're going to change something up.
5 seconds remaining.
Into Wind Ranger, you have options like, say, the Quap, Bat Rider is there, although again, that hero got kind of touched down as well. I still don't mind a Zeus. I think the Skyrat rotating in is scary, but it's scary for literally any hero. Once you have that Ancient Seal up and running, and yeah, just go for the Zeus again. Mid matchup against a Wind Ranger, you can just magic spam her out of the lane. You don't care too much about Wind Run. It's a little bit harder for the Wind Ranger to apply her own pressure with Power Shot in comparison to just playing around with a Chain Lightning here on the Zeus. You don't have to worry about a charge in. There's no awkward angles the Zeus has to watch out for. The only high mobility here you have to be worried about is probably the Morphling. And even then, it's not like a Morph will rotate into your lane that early on. So I like what I'm seeing here from the cut once more. I think this is a pretty stable draft. I think Nexus Titans does come out with a stronger draft than they did in game 1. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. I think their lanes are decent. I don't know if they can get enough to really get going. They have a good win condition in their Morphling. But your mid matchup is what I'm worried about. In a 1v1, I don't think a Wind Ranger wins at all against a Zeus. At best, you kind of draw there.
Well, at least they've got a bit of support to rotate in. Like Thana with the Ancient still should have a bit of a better time trying to gank the Zeus over, say, the Spirit Breaker, where the charge is quite projected, so you can just heavily jump away. So we'll see. I mean, if they can actually rotate mid here with Thana and kind of make those kills happen on the Zeus, I think it could be a very, very different story here in the mid lane. But I don't think it's going to be that easy either. It should be a pretty hard kill to get nonetheless here on MTD. Though we will see is game number 2 between the Cut and Nexus Titans is set to get underway. I think we both kind of agree that the Cut probably still comes out with the better draft and still obviously proves to be the better team going into game 2. But we can have a look at game 2 and see exactly where we're headed.
Yeah, I think again for Nexus Titans, what we really need to see is a stronger showing from Zor. If his lane goes a little bit smoother, then this game could go pretty well with your dual combination, dual Mystic Flare. You can buy a lot of space out for Kuretsugu to actually scale up on a Morphling. The Ags for the Morphling here will feel great. Turning into the Magnus is going to be amazing. Even turning into the Wraith King's not too bad for Morphling, just to get that added stat resist as well with the Ags up. So you have a lot of ways of getting that done. Same position here for the Cut and trying to break the smoke. See if Nexus Titans falls for it twice in a row.
I mean, they may. They are still hanging around for this bounty. Mind you, I think they do have better level 1 fight than last game around. Like, especially with the Undying. It's the decay so powerful on the Undying at level 1 against level 1 heroes. We shall see. At least Kiritsugu is up at top side. So he's already prepared to try and secure the top bounty runes. They just want to try and get a slight advantage to start things off here for Nexus Titans. And you, Scourge McDuck's the only one left here down at the bottom side of the map. Nexus Titans, they're going to reveal themselves a little bit earlier than they probably should have, so Scourge McDuck is not going to move his way down. But it's still a 2 for 2 in terms of bounties. Ade managed to take one away from Kiritsugu. Kiritsugu not able to get the third bounty that they were looking for in Nexus Titans. So a pretty even start nonetheless. So we can start with the mid lane. Of course, MTD going to be up against Desperate. We'll see how this Wind Ranger does this game, though. Desperate had a pretty bad time on the Ember up against MTD Zeus last game.
Yeah, it's not the worst lane. It's also not the best lane for a Wind Ranger. You can still kind of look for harass potential onto the Zeus with your Wind Run, but Zeus can always kind of hit back with Arc Lightning spam. You'll get a lot of value here from a full wand, of course, for Desperate. I think that's going to be necessary to sustain against the Zeus. If you don't manage to suppress MTD, I think you've got some issues, because you are going to be susceptible to that burst here, for sure, especially as MTD approaches 6. You don't have an easy way of dodging out the Thunder God's Rat here as well on the Wind Ranger in comparison to something like the Ember. I think if last time around MTD had a pretty good time, this time should be fairly similar here.
Should be. We'll see how it does pan out. Of course, bottom lane, Scourge McDuck and Empyrean against Thana and Zor. This should be a harder lane for Scourge McDuck for sure against the offlane LC and the Pulse Force Skarath Mage, but see exactly how much they can slow the man down. And the LC, even with the nerfs, I mean, he's still a very, very strong hero. Especially that overwhelming odds still going to be super annoying here against the Wraith King. So we'll see what Scourge does do. I'm sure for now he's just going to look to play a more passive game against Zor. But as I say that, they are going to get a glimpse back on Zor, but Zor is more than happy to just fight back. And that is Scourge McDuck gone. I'm not sure what the idea was there from the cut. Maybe just underestimating Nexus Titans, and, well, they do get punished for it.
Pretty severely. Not the kind of first blood you want to give out here on the side of the cut. Big pickup from Nexus Titans, and Zor already having a lot more impact on his offlane LC in comparison to his Weaver last time. It's going to be feeling good. Nice here to kind of get that first blood on. Up top, well, Nature Lover on the Undying, kind of getting damaged here by B-God, but not too badly. He is along with Kiritsugu on the Morphling. And B-God, of course, in that flanks, and Ade on the Magnus. This one should be a pretty stable lane for Kiritsugu. I don't see the Magnus kind of zoning you out here. You also don't have the smoothest skewer back play as well. And it should just be a pretty easy time to farm the Morph. Maybe by level 3 you feel a lot better, but it doesn't get any easier for the side of the cut to look for those opportunities. Although,
Yeah, chase on Nature Lover. Nice skewer back, but he's got the Tombstone to drop. So Arde and B got both looking to back off as Nature Lover. The defensive Tombstone is going to work out. Looks like he's not too happy with himself for some reason. I think it's fine. You missed the level 2 timing, which is a little bit sad on the Undying, but it is what it is. You have to just try and survive. You'll have another one up in a minute, but it is the level 2 timing of the Undying proving to be so strong that if you miss the kill, it does feel really bad.
yeah, it doesn't feel great. And you're also down to 2 mangoes now, not going for the full reset here for Nature Lover and trying to maybe walk back to base, opting instead for the pull. You're just missing out on a little bit of that laning presence coming out from the Undying. Still, a much stronger laning start for the side of Nexus Titans. Again, not quite the repeat of Game 1. They managed to get a kill. They're getting a lot more CS this time on Desperate up against MTD, although MTD is still favored. And you have a good lane coming out here for Zor. Things kind of lining up. They've got a launching point, that Legion Commander here. They've got the levels coming in on Tana. No value point yet in the Ancient Seal, though. And I think that is one thing that they will have to keep an eye on. Even if you shut down Scourge McDuck, the Wraith King can still farm pretty damn fast with the skeletons here. Hold on.
Yeah, they're jumping in now. Scourge barely going to survive thanks to the magic wand charges. Glimpse back on Zor. Not going to amount to much though. Of course, Scourge did not have any spells to throw out. It's kind of why you don't see the Wraith King as a very popular pick right now. These kind of reasons, they just can't. They can't fight against offlane picks like the LC at the moment. Empyrean's trying his absolute best to hold them back. But yeah, I mean, Scourge, I think most of the farm he's going to be looking for is going to be coming from the jungle as the top lane. Both supports going down. Arde finding a kill first, but then Kiritsugu finding B-God right after that. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Empyrean is going to drop once again. Zor able to take him out. The cut, I mean, I'm sure they're feeling confident in this series, but, this Wraith King, it feels pretty bad. It's a pretty bad pick at the moment, I think, and I think that the pick was purely just based off being very confident against Nexus Titans as Kiritsugu now, bottom or rather top lane, still trying to fight. B-God gonna chase him down. Kiritsugu though, strength morphing all the way, he's gonna be just fine by the looks of it, though he will be forced to retreat. Meanwhile, rotation's coming up. Nature Lover is here again, but he will not be able to secure any kind of kill here onto Arde.
Arde with a Ring of Health. Again, that's been nerfed down a little bit, but he should be able to just get enough to sustain in lane. Going back to your point about the Wraith King, it is in a pretty rough spot, but I think this hero can still recover fine with the skeletons at the least. So as long as you kind of play around and farm.
Yeah, he's about to drop here. Waveform forward and Adaptive Strike can be able to secure the kills. MTD was trying to get himself a Morphling, but instead they're going to get Nature Love. Very close to getting that Morpher. Spot him, Scourge McDuck. Again going to be punished. They're going to rotate in, I believe, B-God to try... No, it's MTD coming in on the Zeus. But with the way the creep wave's going...
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nexus Titans, they seem to know this is the rotation has happened. MTD will reveal himself now anyway. And Nexus Titans, they completely avoid the ganking coming.
Radiant's middle tower
A little
is
bit
under attack.
optimistic from the side of Cut. And Scourge McDuck having a really awful time now. I mean, dying 2 times in that lane, giving a lot to the LC. This is LC pre-duel as well. Once that duel's up, it's not going to take too long to find those kills. Desperate just shoving in mid with a focus fire. Does get a lot of damage off onto that objective. And MTD running off to the side.
Bit of an accidental GG well play call there as Desperate. He's going to be okay to win run away. And Desperate has had a much better time in the mid lane here in the Wind Ranger. And, a very close game so far. Nexus Titans actually 1k in the lead. Now the cut, the ones seemingly need to keep up here is Nature Lover now. Looks like he's going to be in a spot of danger. Does get the tombstone down before he does go down as B-God. Try to clean that up, but Ade might be giving his kill, or his life away rather, to Kiritsugu. Kiritsugu, adaptive strike in 1. Just needs a bit of vision on Ade to probably get this kill. So he will pop it. B-God going to be there to slow him up, but he has waveform in a second. Problem is, this is a lot of time being committed towards this Magnus kill, but he is eventually going to find it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, rotation incoming from MTD. This time they will not scout it out. So MTD, should we just find a secure kill here onto Zor, though MTD dropping quite low himself, but desperate. Going to be glimpsed away on the Wind Ranger, just to ensure that MTD does not drop. The cut, I mean, it does cost them a lot of rotations, but they do at least get themselves a kill here down to the bot lane.
They managed to get some relief out for Scourge McDuck, pocketing that level 6 until he needs it. The movements out from the cut are starting to cost him, though. Like, this is a lot of space for Desperate. This is a ton of space for Kiritsugu to just farm up on these two heroes on mid and safe. And you're not getting enough relief just yet for you to feel good on Scourge McDuck. Very marginal lead right now. Some aggression coming in here.
Yeah, Thana, he's got 0 armor, so it's going to be a pretty easy kill for them to take out. It's Nature Lover going to show up on the Undying. Desperate going to be there as well with a nice shackle. They'll even drop the tombstone, though a nice glimpse away from Empyrean. It's still going to mean he does die to Desperate, but at least he doesn't have to worry about the Wind Ranger being here. It's now Zor rushing in, trying to find a dual opportunity onto B-God. Will not have the overwhelming odds, so is lacking all the attack speed he would like right now, so B-God's still on the run. Eventually they will secure the kill, though, here with Nature Lover.
Yeah. Nexus Titans, again, showing signs of life, just getting this aggression off. Zor having an actual hero is having a ton of impact. The Blade Mail coming out sooner rather than later. And for the side of the cut, well, it's time for them to kind of play a slower game. You need to farm up on Ade, you need to farm up now on Scourge McDuck as well. And you kind of need to stall this game out for as much as you can. Which means that Kiritsugu is just going to become a bigger and bigger threat on the Morphling. That hero is not to be underestimated. Your control for a Morphling here is rather limited. It's going to require Empyrean to, again, land these static storms for the team. Bot tower just goes. Zor has a free one. And the cut just kind of letting go of the map right now. Just off a really rough lane. The really rough hero matchup for Scourge McDuck. They'll maybe start to set their eyes up top, but everyone else from Nexus Titans are heading up here as well.
Shackle is actually going to land. Ade copter for a moment. Scourge McDuck in the meantime. Actually holding the front line here for Nexus Titans. In comes MTD, but immediately the jump in from Kiritsugu. Not going to amount to much as now a nice static storm. Empyrean going to hold down 2 of them. Nature Lover is gone, and so is Zor. Maybe now they continue to clean up as Ade actually ends up dropping on the Medusa, but Desperate is going to give his life away for that. As they go for a 4th. Thana also caught. Scourge McDuck able to take that kill. It's a 4-for-1 wipe. The cart really getting out on top of this one. A lot of golden XP to go their way. It's massive.
Good punishment coming out. Ade on the Magnus does fall, but it's well worth it to find all of these kills, to find that kill onto Zor and onto Desperate. And Kiritsugu does bail out. He wasn't caught long enough in the static storm. And that is going to be a recurring theme here in this game for the cut. Just trying to catch out the Morphling is going to be a lot tougher. Trying to pin him down before he gets that full attribute shift is going to be really difficult until maybe something like the Orca timing on B-God gives you another option here. So you will have to just... You really have to line your shot up on that one quite well. Desperate doesn't manage to grab the rune. In fact, are they going to
try and turn now? The Shackle does not land. Zor just wants to get in for the duel though, and Empyrean should just be dead. It'll be the first bit of duel damage coming out for Zor on the Legion Commander. Nice little pick up for him, but it seems like they want to try and perhaps move in because B-God is hanging around. A lot of pings coming out here towards Zor and Nature Lover. They've got all the vision they could ask for. B-God going to go for the easier kill onto Nature Lover, as I suppose they weren't quite confident in being able to hold down the LC long enough. I'll just take what they can get.
Yeah, and just take it. It's a bit strange that the Cuts still go for that Glimpse play without the Static Storm, not respecting, again, the side of Nexus Titans and how much damage they can do. Nice dual win for Zor. Blade Mail fully up. Blink Dagger not too far away now. Key timing starting to line up here for Nexus Titans. The side of the Cut, and they're still in recovery mode. And still needing that farm on Ade. Still needing some space out for Scourge McDuck. Still trying to go for the Radiance on the Wraith King. So still going back for that old school build here. It shouldn't be too bad once it's up and running. And again, your farm can accelerate whenever you're nearby Ade. With the Empowered and with the Skeletons, this isn't the slowest farming pace from a Wraith King, but it's also not particularly fast. You're behind by almost 2k in comparison to Kiritsugu, or closer to 1k now. The side of the Cut, it does feel like their entire lineup is a little bit greedier here, Mike. When they're having to farm, they do have that full Solar Crest, so Tana can just die.
Yeah, certainly can, and he will. B-God picked up a very easy kill for himself here in the Clinks. Nexus Titans, I mean, they're off to a good laning stage. It has not really turned into the best mid game so far, but they are at least having a better time than last game. Like, Kiritsugu is at least top of the net worth board, and in fact, all three cores from Nexus Titans, they are sitting at the top of the board. The only one doing pretty well from the Cut is MTD at the moment. It's top lane. They are going to find Kiritsugu by the seams of it. Kiritsugu, he'll go for a run, but he's completely surrounded. Nice strength morph, however. Very, very quick reactions here from the Morphling. As Kiritsugu is still alive. Will waveform away, and I don't believe they can keep up. In fact, now the rotation's incoming. They'll try to punish the side of the Cut. The Jewel is out. They've caught the Disruptor. Imperium down. More Jewel damage here for Zor. And that was a very quick shift to strength. I was not expecting that from Kiritsugu.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if V-God was under vision. He might have been under vision for just a moment. They're still trying, but just a little bit too durable on that Morphling, even with the Thunder God's Wrath. Forcing V-God home. Unfortunate not finding that kill. Nice punishment coming out from Nexus Titans. And I believe our Clinks went under tower vision for just a second as they started with a Static Storm. And that just gave it a signal to go full strength there for Kiritsugu. The Cut need to execute a lot better. Like, if they don't manage to land a Static Storm, again, this Morphling it's a very hard target to pin down. Now a smoke play out from Nexus Titans. Blink ready here for Zor.
The mid lane, MTD, the big pick off. The Zor is unable to get the Jewel because it was on cooldown. Nexus Titans still hanging around. They're going to see Empyrean show up. Zor, he did have the blink up, but he just didn't feel like he was really in range to be able to get the big Jewel off.
Double time.
Athena, though, in the middle of nowhere right now.
Dire's top tower is
Still
under
hoping for some help to come in. MTD, very quick reactions, is going to be able to back off. Athena will barely survive. Nature Lover now just getting deleted by the looks of it as B-God. Just takes him out solo on the Clinks. And now the Tombstone obviously just going to be fed the weight. Though Empyrean, he's going to get jeweled up. Zor may give his life away for that though, as the RP's going to come in. But do they have the follow-up damage? It does seem like they will. So you get the jewel damage on your side of things, but you give your life away for that. Probably not the best choice here for the LC.
No, certainly not. And the damage is nice, but the gold is bouncing back a little bit towards the Cut's way. MTD picking up another kill is worrisome. He is going for an Aether Lens Octarine buildup, does look like here. And will want to sustain. Can B-God doing a great job of just picking up these really soft supports. I mean, it's surprising to say you expect Tana to die for sure, but even his solo pickoffs and Nature Lover have been massive on the Clinks, and he is going for the Orchid. So that's a little bit more control to handle that Morphling. Although the Manta is up, so it's not going to be that effective in stopping the attribute shift.
I find it kind of crazy. Like, I'm looking back at this LC. He didn't go for the level 10 talent. So he didn't go for the +8 dual bonus damage, which is pretty rare, to say the least. I feel like every game You go for the +8 dual bonus. I'm not sure what value he's getting out of not having it, to be honest. Like, an extra point and press the attack doesn't feel that good.
Dire
No.
are scanning.
Certainly not. I rather curious as well. Let's see. And maybe he picks it up. No, by 12 you surely pick up your dual
Dire's
level.
middle tower is under
So,
attack.
Anna?
Should have had
It's
a
rather
10.
interesting. Yeah. It's
It's very unusual.
rather. It's very, very different. Maybe valuing a little bit more HP regen? No, that doesn't feel
no
impactful.
way.
Consider, Mike. It doesn't feel impactful.
I'm
No.
assuming
Well,
it's a misclick, but that's 2 misclicks then.
yeah, we shall see if he corrects for it.
Dire's
side of
top
Nexus
tower is
Titans.
under attack.
They are getting still a lot of place for Kiritsugu, only about 2k gold away from full ags. This Morphling really is the biggest concern right now.
Dire's top
Right side of the
tower has
cut.
fallen.
They find a top tower, they mass TP bot. They want to make a play on Kiritsugu.
Nice static storm to set up. They'll need to chain stun the stun pretty well. They do get it. Kiritsugu in trouble, gonna wave form away, and he's still proving to be too much.
Dire's top tower is under
As the
attack.
cut immediately to just TP, try and smoke up and run out. As Desperate is gonna see at least the Wraith King. Scourge McDuck thinking about going back in, maybe not realizing how many heroes there are right now from Nexus Titans, but they still want the fight anyway. Chase is on. Glimpse was there onto the Wind Ranger. Stun will cancel TP, so Desperate is gone. Nice pick up there for Scourge. So in the end, the fight still works out in their favor. Like, even if they can't find the Morphling, it won't be the biggest deal in the world. They do at least get themselves a Wind Ranger.
Nice here to find anyway. It's still a mid-core that just melted once that Solar Crest was up with a physical output you do have on hand with Scourge McDuck. He does have a Radiance up. He's going straight for a Halberd. So looking to stack up the evasion and try to maybe prevent some big plays in the duel or prevent some output from Wind Ranger here.
Dire's middle tower is
Gonna be
under
pretty
attack.
impactful once that is up. Haste Rune being saved for MTD, although Nature Lover, not gonna contest too hard. Doesn't manage to snag that away. 15 to 12, a much stronger look again at Nexus Titans, but now, with all the sacrifices they've made on their mid and off lane, it's only Kiritsugu who is ahead. You have to start to drop off a little bit on that Wind Ranger and the LC. The LC, a little bit more understandable. The Wind Ranger, a lot more tempo-based. Kiritsugu, still up front here.
Certainly is. He surely gets punished. Like, he's way too far forward. The cut. They're going to try again another great strength morph here from Kiritsugu. But this time around, he's completely surrounded, completely locked in. There is no chance this time he will survive. That's the big kill you wanted to see.
Yeah, it goes the way of B-God, which isn't too bad. You get that punishment going, and you have an opening for Roche. You've got the output, even with the changes coming out on Flinks. You've got the physical burst with something like that Wraith King, so it shouldn't take too long to clear this one out. Nexus Titans did smoke up, but after losing their Morphling, feeling like it's not worth re-engaging. They will hand over a free Roche, maybe not even expecting it coming out here from the cut.
And there you go.
Radiant are
He just got in the way of MTD.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The cut is still looking fantastic here in this game number 2. Even though their draft's proven to be somewhat questionable with this position on Wraith King, but they are making it work. Do appreciate Scourge McDuck going back for the Heaven's Halberd against the Morphling to boot. Just really making sure that Kiritsugu's not going to have the greatest time in the world in these fights.
Dire
Scan is out on B-God down at bot lane. Dust is there. They could not find him, however, so B-God's just going to casually walk out of here. A little bit upsetting for the Nexus Titans, I'm sure. Bright side is Kiritsugu now has the full Aghanim Scepter up, so he might be willing to get involved with his team. I don't necessarily think it's going to be quite enough here if he gets caught by himself. That's kind of the thing. So I think the cut, every time they've dealt with this Morphling, it was when he was completely on his own. In fact, they've only been able to kill him once this game, so if he gets caught with the amount of damage the Cut are now dealing, you're still going to be in huge trouble.
Yeah, it's still gonna be pretty hard if the full team fight complement comes in. Look how soft and Undying can lock up against the Queens. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah, Orb of Destruction now up as well on B-God, so, you know, lots of minus armor here against the poor Undying. Not really much they could have done about it. The tier 2 top tower now going to be focused here by the Cut. So I don't think there'll be a defense to come.
No, the push pace from the Cut is pretty damn fast, especially the talents you've chosen in Scourge McDuck. Plus skeleton damage, skeleton duration, and cooldown reduction as well. There's a lot coming out. They want to play defense here, though.
Interesting. Bottom, Kiritsugu. Oh, he didn't get the morph. He didn't get the morph this time. The Static Storm, well and truly locking him down. Azor. Azor's going to go for a run. Good news is, John, he did get the +8 dual damage talent. Bad news is he's not going to be able to use it because he's dead. MTD picking up a double kill now on the Zeus. And that's a big one. Like, you found both the Morph and the offlane LC. Probably the best fight you could have asked for here as the Cut. And Nexus Titans, they're just showing no signs of life in this game too. Like, after the laning stage, it just, everything just stopped. And now bottom lane, like, the chase is on again. Ade does not have a blink, so he can't really close the gap that well, but he does get the skewer off, does find Nature Lover with the harpoon. And Nature Lover at least is still gonna die.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and you might lose more. B-God eyeing top.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
B-God, just so much damage. Look at this.
Jeez.
It's not fair. This hero just... It's just not right.
It was nerfed as well, Mikey.
Yeah, nerfed. That's one way to put it. Look, it looks like it.
You can't have fun with Core Abaddon, but Clinks, go right ahead. Feast your eyes, Mr. Skeletal.
Dire's bottom
And that's
tower
the key right now for the Cut. It's not just the Clinks, Mike. They've got the whole Skeletal army. You know? Mr. Bone's Wild Riot is here.
Well, he's got an Orchid. Kiritsugu might just be dead.
Kiritsugu's dead.
Kiritsugu's got Manta. The Static Storm's going to make it so he can't actually get out.
Oh, he's dead?
He is dead. Towards the high triangle. Zor's going to get caught now on the LC. Zor is gone. Nature Lover's gone. I mean, it's not yet at the point where you have to call the game, but you are certainly approaching that stage now if you are Nexus Titans, because you haven't been able to make use of the good laning stage you had, and it just... I don't feel like the Cut should have this easy of a matchup now with this kind of draft, but they are getting away with it. This is pretty bad news if you are Nexus Titans.
Yeah, you expect a lot more coming out from Kiritsugu, but he's just not been able to use the Ags in the way he'd want to. They don't just go straight for that tier 3. Fortify is still available. Probably just going to wait for the respawns to pop it. Melee Rack's falling a little bit quick here, though.
Well, they are going to retreat for now. Melee barracks were left as they are, just on a little bit of HP here as the Cut. So they're going to retreat just fine. The Nexus Titans. They're not out of this game yet. Like, you still could win a big team fight as Nexus Titans, but they're not the ones that are trying to initiate any of these fights. They've always... Oh, Zor! He gets a duel off eventually, but... Oh, Static Storm's going to lock two of them in. Now the RP comes out. B-God, he might eventually fall, or maybe just not. Maybe he'll just survive all of it. Thana's gone. At least Kiritsugu does get himself a Disruptor kill. So Imperium will drop, but now he's in danger. Kiritsugu, he's still strength morphing, still alive for now. Will waveform towards the right side and eventually gets a skewer out with the Magnus Morph. He will not be able to help out Nature Lover, however. Nature Lover just dropping pretty darn easily. And now it might be time to call it.
This is pretty close to that point, I would agree, Mikey.
under attack.
Mid-rack's going to be taken. Respawns are short, so Nexus Titans can rally for another fight. And Mega Creeps aren't lined up yet for the cut. Still a tier 2 up top standing, but how do you stop this creep army from Scourge McDuck? He gets the level 20 talent with +6 minimum skeletons as well. Yeah. They hold off at least with a Fortify, but you're really not scared of too much right now. I mean, D-God comes out unscathed. Empyrean copying one for the team. The Clinks now just basically being an extra core. Dragonlance up. Nullifier not too far off. And for the cut, I mean, they're making this Wraith King look like an actual hero might. Scourge McDuck maybe having a rough laning phase, but bouncing back in really strong form.
Yeah.
Is eventually going to clear out the Tormentor.
I don't know if I can actually say it looks like an actual hero, but it's it's doing things.
Well, this game at least, you have to give it this game.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
I'll
just
give
this
you
game.
that.
This is the
Just
exception.
this game. Just
this is the
one
exception.
time. All right.
Just this one time, because it's the skeletal army. Mr.
Right.
Bones' Wild Ride.
I do
What
miss
can
the
you do? They
Skelly
denied
boys.
her tier 3.
Hey, that's... I don't know, John. I think Nexus Titans are looking very lost right now. I mean, Zor might just be telling his team, guys, the game's over. Just let them finish.
Look at the skeletons. Look at them go.
They're doing
Wow.
great work, John. They do get taken down. But here we go again. I don't think the cut are quite done yet. So they're looking to move in another time any moment, and here we go. Skewer's not going to land. Glimpses there from Empyrean onto Nature Lover. He's going to be just fine, as now their Gleipnir will hold them down a little bit. They have lost the bottom racks. And it seems like the cut, like they're not interested in trying to just force the game finish or the GG call. They'll be more than happy to just retreat for a little bit and buy themselves a little bit of time. And Nexus Titans, I mean, they're trying, John. I'll give them props for that. We can't harp on about them, not having a good time that long. They are trying their absolute best here to make a comeback against the cut.
They are. BKB up on Kiritsugu should help simplify this process as well. We'll see if the cut man should find an angle here.
Oh, Static Storm, Kiritsugu. He will have the BKB, so he will use it immediately. Empyrean being chased down, but with the Glimmer Cape, he's actually able to just walk out. It's down the RP. He has caught 4 targets. Kiritsugu is down. It's an ultra kill for Scourge. And no rampage. MTD says no. You are not getting a rampage out of this. But a huge RP coming in to end the game. And I think that's enough for Nexus Titans. They'll have to reset and come back another day. Definitely not the kind of day they were hoping for, though.
Definitely not. A strong showing from the cut, bouncing back and maintaining that dominance we saw from game 1. A little bit tougher in the laning phase for sure in comparison to game 1, but they hold out. MTD has another fantastic time on mid. They keep this farm game going, and eventually Nexus Titans just stop finding openings. VGod being really disruptive across the map, I think, was a massive issue that they weren't really kitted out to deal with. Like, that Clinks just bought them a lot of that space.
Yeah, he certainly did. I think this hero is still completely busted here in this meta. I don't think... I mean, I read the nerfs mid-game just because I was like, man, how much do they actually nerf him? And I'll tell you what, John, it doesn't feel like it's anywhere near enough. Like, a few, nice changes, like pleasant changes were made to the hero to not make it feel as busted. But obviously, as you saw from B-God, it doesn't really matter. If you hit your timings with the Solar Crest, you still end up popping off. He did some fantastic work here on the Clinks. Props to Nexus Titans again, John. They gave it their absolute best. They tried to drag this game out as long as humanly possible, but the cut still proving to be the much, much stronger team. End up taking game number 2 as well. So a nice 2-0 victory for themselves. And that does obviously help the cut move their way up in the standings and give themselves that shot at Division 1 that they want once again. For Nexus Titans, John, sadly, this is their 3rd loss in a row in terms of series. So, not off to the greatest of times. And in fact, they haven't even won a single game yet, Nexus Titans. So, chances are looking like they're going to be going down going down nowhere, John. They're getting relegated out of Division 2 if this keeps up. But, and we'll see. A couple wins can kind of turn things around if they can at least secure 1 win here. Of course, we do need to hand MVP out. It is going to be B-God on the MVP because he goes 12, 2, and 14 on a support Clinks and just does some fantastic work here for the cut. So MVP to B God, and he deserves it, Jonathan. Even if we feel as though this hero is completely busted right now, he does make it look even more busted.
Yeah, he played really well. He hit his item spikes at the right time, and he worked the map really damn well. I think that was the key thing. Like, he was on top of heroes, he was forcing out these rotations, he was hunting in the jungle, and he found his openings for the cut to really blow this game even wider open after a really slow laning start coming out outside of like maybe mid. So props to B God for kind of helping their team find what they needed to find to get the momentum back in, and really props to the cut. They looked a lot cleaner here. We've talked about the cut looking a little bit more up and down in their past few series, certainly looking a lot sharper here. And as you said, this kind of win does set up nicely for perhaps a shot at that number 2 spot in the NA DPC for promotion.
It certainly does, John. We've got an interview ready here with one of your favorites. Empyrean is coming in. Mr. Empyrean, congratulations on another 2-0 victory here against, of course, the side of Nexus Titans. My friend, how the hell are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. These games weren't too difficult, so I'm glad we won. We picked basically what we wanted to pick, and it felt good to win. So yeah, that's it.
Well, I was about to ask you about that, Empyrean, because I was questioning this Wraith King pick a lot from Scourge McDuck. Now, I realized that the guy loves playing the hero based on how many times I've seen him play it. I was going to ask you, do you feel like the hero is any good or not? But it sounds like you guys just chose it to have fun.
I'm not sure. I think the hero's pretty bad, but he just likes the hero, so yeah.
In that case, Empyrean, talk to me about the sub patch. I'm sure you've read the sub patch that came out yesterday. Do you feel like it's a good patch? Do you feel like it's a bad patch? Were there some heroes that you thought maybe should have got a nerf that didn't?
I think it's a pretty terrible patch, to be honest. They didn't change universal scaling at all, really. They did some minor nerfs on some heroes, but they just completely untouched Timbersaw, basically. All these heroes, I don't know. They need to change something or with the universal attribute, like as a whole. That's what I think they should do.
If there was an option, because I saw Quinn tweet yesterday that universal hero should be just deleted. Would you choose that option over anything, Empyrean, if you had the choice? Would you nerf or would you just delete?
I wouldn't delete it right now. I'd probably just try to find a balance before deleting it. I'm sure we could find a balance somewhere. I'm just not sure what that balance is right now. I would say I'd hesitate to delete it altogether, though.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Empyrean. It's always good to talk to you. I believe I've asked you all of my hard-hitting standard questions in the DPC. So I'm curious, what do you guys do on the cut to kind of build up your team chemistry? Do you guys just scrim a lot? Is there anything outside of Dota 2 you guys do together? Do you guys, I don't know, watch anime together in the DGen server or something like that?
No, that was a different team I watched anime with after our games to build chemistry. But on this team, we just talk a lot about random stuff. We'll play scrims every day, like usually 4 scrims a day. And after, we'll just hang around for a bit, talk about random stuff, build chemistry that way. But that's basically it for this team. But yeah. No anime as of now.
That's fair enough. That is probably a good thing. I'm not sure if that's a bad thing. Speaking of, while I've managed to drag this somehow into anime, Empyrean, what have you been watching? Hopefully nothing too experimental here. I'm curious. What have you been watching? Anime. That's been fun for you.
I don't really watch anime.
No,
to be honest.
That's the right answer.
That's fair. There you go.
That's the other
I
people
always
on the
just
server.
assumed everyone on the American server. Yeah, there you go. You're one of the clean ones. I remember now. Okay, so outside of anime now, I'm going forward. How do you feel about, this is a weird one to ask, but how do you feel about the next series though? Like, you guys are right in the cusp of maybe having a shot back into Div 1, and this series kind of determines who you potentially tiebreak with, including C-Dub as well, considering certain series results there. So looking at Ravens up against Wildcard Gaming, who do you feel like you'd rather play against for a tiebreaker?
I think I'd rather play versus Ravens. I think Wildcard is more of an established team with more established players, so it might be harder to beat them in a tiebreaker. Yeah. I think we've scrimmed Ravens before, so I think I'd be probably happier to play against them again.
That's fair enough. And I think one last question for me is, what kind of future patch would you want? Like, is there any, you mentioned Timbersaw a bit. Is there any other hero that you feel like could use a touch up? Maybe Be God's Clinks, perhaps?
I don't think very many other people pick Clinks, to be honest. It's mostly just Be God, especially in NA. I don't see anyone picking this hero in the DPC except for Be God. I'm always down for Phoenix to get some buffs. I like playing that hero. But other than that, just some nerfs. I don't understand why they keep nerfing Crystal Maiden too. I want that hero to not be nerfed every patch. It's not even picked or a good hero
you and I
at all.
Yep. You and me both.
How great is it? It's amazing. Imperium, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory again. And you have a fantastic day, sir. Can't wait to see you again next time.
You too. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was lovely, Imperium. I do love that last line he had, Jonathan. That's one thing I forgot to bring up today. How great is Ice Frog? He's done it again. He's found another way to nerf this damn Crystal Maiden hero. Jonathan, it makes me so happy. I actually had a game against the Crystal Maiden yesterday. I played, was it Spirit Breaker I played? It was a lot of fun, John. Let's have a look at the schedule here. Of course, Nexus Titans, they ended up losing 0-2 to the cut. But the big matchups here up next. Wildcard versus Ravens. That's the big one. This is the 2 first-place teams at the moment. They are tied in first place with the exact same scores of 3-0 with a 6-2 scoreline. So, winner of this will have the first place to themselves, which is a fantastic start. And likelihood is the winner of this will probably qualify to Division 1 just based on how the standings have been going. If you win this matchup, the rest of your game should theoretically be easier. So unless you mess up real badly, you should be able to qualify off this win.
Yeah, this is the big determinant for both teams. After this one, of course, I believe you only have 3 series left. And there's still a chance to drop down there, but I think it's very stable for either one who wins. If you drop, the loser, of course, still has a solid shot, but you're potentially looking at tiebreakers going forward if the results for the other 2 teams hold steady in the C-Dub and the cut. So a lot in the line this one, though.
Yeah, well, we are going to have to head off to a break, and it's not the same break as Ice Frog breaking the hearts of all the CM fans out there, Jonathan. We are just going to head to an actual time-based break, and of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with our next series here between Ravens and Wildcard Gaming. We'll see you all again very, very soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to our big matchup of the day. Of course, it's going to be between Wildcard and the side of Ravens, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, we've got the biggest matchup of Div 2 probably here today. How you going?
Pretty excited to see how both of these teams do. Both of these teams in Wildcard and Ravens have, in their past two series, they've had to play up against pretty similar teams. I think it was both Grin and Tilted Boys, and both of these teams did have to take 3 games to kind of find those series wins. Ravens in their matchup against Goons, of course, going a lot faster, and it's been a little bit slower for Wildcard overall. So I'm keen to see what exactly happens here. It's a pretty even matchup. Should be exciting overall. We do have our team comparisons on hand, and even just by stats, pretty similar matchups here. Mikey, almost the same assists coming out. That's a little bit lower on Wildcard. Overall, same kills. So again, considering similar performances in this tour, having 1-2-0 and 2-2-1 series, considering the opponents they played against, very close matchup here.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think this is going to be hopefully the closest matchup we've seen for Division 2 so far. Again, either side could take this series 2-0, 2-1. You just never know with these two. I think a lot of people watching this stream would assume that Wildcard should have, or should at least be, the favorites going into this matchup. But I don't really think it's as simple as that, because quite frankly, Wildcard I can't say they've been meeting expectations, whereas Ravens have been they've been exceeding expectations. So it's very hard to really say Wildcard should be the favorites in this matchup. As you can see, the stats are still very, very similar between the two. Not really too much of a difference going on. Not a difference worth talking about anyway between these two. So I expect a very close match between them. And I guess it really might just go all to be a lot about the draft in these matches, because, well, again, unless Wildcard show us that they're outright the absolute best team in Div 2 and there's no competition, which is what I assumed would have happened before Div 2 started, I don't think it's going to be that simple for them.
Yeah, again, it's been a little bit up and down for Wildcard. We can take a look at a very specific player comparison here. We're looking at RCY up against RRL. A very interesting look, because I do feel like momentum is coming from the mids for both teams, and it's rather even across that board as well. Again, not too much different here. Both of these players have had fantastic times on mid, despite what happens in the rest of that game. Again, dropping 2 games here out of all the maps they've played. They have been the most consistent parts for both teams. RCY having a spectacular time and stuff like his Storm, his Pangolier has been a highlight. Same thing goes for RL. He loves his Storm, he loves his Ember. Sometimes we see him on the Wind Ranger. So the crossover in mid, I think, is going to dictate a lot between both teams. And I'm keen to see how much emphasis is on that mid. Like, are we going to get those early rotations in at the 6-minute mark, at the 8-minute mark? Are we going to see constant gank attempts on the opposing mid? That's where I feel like should be the focal point for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see exactly how it does pan out between these two. Again, I'm very curious to see how things go here in this best of 3 matchup. Are we going to get to a third game? That's the big question, I think, on my mind at the moment, which I can't confidently say we will, because every time we do see these two teams, they are relatively dominant against whoever they play against. Though either of them have lost 2 individual games, which is interesting, right? Because Ravens lost an individual game against Tilted Boys. Wildcard actually also lost an individual game against Tilted Boys. So Tilted Boys apparently just being the bane of both their existence. But then it gets really weird, because Wildcard lost against Grin Esports, which I think was a pretty big surprise for both of us. And the side of Ravens, who else did they lose against? They lost against Grin as well.
Grin. Yeah, I said it, right? Like, they've lost against the same teams. They've dropped a game on the series against the same teams, and they've both gotten a 2-0 over different teams. Ravens getting a 2-0 over Goons, and Wildcard getting a 2-0 over Titans. So rather interesting crossover, and even an interesting comparison as well in our most picked heroes for either team here. Wildcard been leaning into that Beastmaster in the offlane. They've had a lot more Rubik. The Pangolier been a highlight again for RCY. Ravens a little bit more in line with what you'd see overall in the meta. Silencer, Magnus, Mirana, the Ember for RRL. So quite interesting that they've got different priorities on heroes. I do feel like, though, that there is still a lot of crossover, at least in maybe their mids more than anything else. The big difference really just offlane, I think, is the difference here. The pools for Monster and Italian are a little bit different there.
I find it insane that they've, like, because the two teams they lost to, the point I was trying to get to, John, is Tilted Boys and Green Esports. They both haven't been doing very well. You know, one of them sitting in 5th place, the other sitting in 7th place at the moment. So I think it's kind of insane that both these teams had a game where they just could not pull off the victory here against two teams who have been struggling in Division 2, to say the least. Mind you, I don't think they're bad teams, to be absolutely fair to those boys. Like, Grin and Tilted Boys both showed us that they are deserving of being here. It's just, again, I'm just shocked to see that they lost to the two teams right now that are on the lower end of the standings. I guess we'll see what that means here, John. Game number 1 draft is underway. We can have a look at that and see exactly what's going on here between these two teams. Curious to see how these drafts start. Timber SB being removed, Bat Rider, Shadow Demon being removed, and Techies will be first picked. Mind you, Techies did get nerfed today, or rather yesterday, I should say. Got a bit of a nerf on the damage values and the stun value of Blastoff, but overall, probably still a pretty potent hero.
Definitely is. And we see Wildcard again prioritizing that Beastmaster and the Rubik we're seeing there in our pick comparisons. So just wanting to get safe picks for Monster out and Fleon, one of his signature heroes, in. Ravens do manage to pick up the Deuce off the back of that. I think laning into a Beastmaster isn't the worst thing in the world for a Deuce, so it should be fairly manageable. The Techies nerfs are interesting because the damage to Sticky Bomb, it's dropped a bit. It's still like 10 damage off from level 1, 20 damage off from level 2, 30 damage off from level 3, and 40 damage off from max level. It's like 10 damage increasing per level, which is really not too bad. The blast off stun duration as well, probably not the worst. Level 1 blast off is still 0.8, so it's still pretty good. I think the big thing for Techies is the base attack speed decrease from 100 to 90 is maybe balances out the hero more. I'd have to say the 10 reduction is like middling, so I'm curious to see whether or not Techies with a 700 range is any more bearable with a nerf here, because I feel like it's still really strong overall. Like, this hero still does a lot in terms of just right-click harass, and again, his spell spam isn't bad. It's still really good. The nerfs don't really do much about it.
Yeah, I mean, they're annoying nerfs, but overall they're still, yeah. The attack speed decrease is kind of annoying for Techies, though, because his attack animation already really sucks. So we'll see how much it really costs them here in this game. Wildcard, they're going to go down the Lich route here, which was untouched. Surprisingly enough, this hero is still just not getting nerfed whatsoever. Which, I mean, Lich has proven to be one of the stronger position 5s to go for in the current patches, and Ice Frog decided he didn't need to touch it this time around. Very interesting choice.
They reduce his move speed down a little bit, right? Like, he gets the CM treatment, 295 to 290.
Oh, they did too.
They did nerf him down. So I guess Ice heroes just get treated like CM. Eventually, any Ice teamed hero will just stand there. In fact, Lich at some point, he'll just become his shard. He will be the Ice Spire at some point there, Mike, I'm pretty sure. Ravens, they do pick up the Ember and the Pudge. Rather interesting on the Pudge. I am wondering if Ravens will run that safe lane or support, because the Techies Pudge support hero doesn't sound too bad. It also sounds incredibly unreliable in landing its stuns. I would prefer to +4 Pudge in that case. +4 Pudge, +5 Techies. Techies Deuce not too bad. The Ember here is interesting as well because, quite frankly, okay, Ravens can do a lot with this draft. Maybe run the offlane Deuce instead. Run a support Pudge, mid-Ember, try to gun something else for your safe lane. Wildcard, they go with a very strong natural combination with the Lich in the Jug. And we have seen Juggernaut kind of pop back in. We've seen a lot more picks of it. It was not touched in this patch as well. So Jug is... I mean, he was kind of underpicked last time, so I do understand why. And again, it's already shown its value earlier on. This is a very stable draft from Wildcard. I'd argue this is a draft maybe from 3 years ago, if you think about it, right? Like, Beastmaster plus Jug, really strong push. Lich with Frost Shield up as well, providing you a lot of sustain in that push, a lot of armor in that push. and a Rubik stable support. Like, this is definitely a very old school kind of draft from Wildcard here.
I like it. I think the draft looks really nice. Like, and we saw, was it the other day, we saw TA 2000 Jug versus the Medusa, and he completely annihilated that Medusa with the Juggernaut. So I actually really like the draft the Wildcard's gone for here. I think it's quite nice. It seems quite strong against what Ravens have chosen. Like, Ravens with this Pudge pickup is what confuses me. I'm not really sure what the point of this Pudge here in this game is, apart from maybe being able to deep push against the Beastmaster a little bit once you have the Ags up especially, but yeah, I'm not sure about this Pudge. I don't know if I can say it's a good pick, because they are immediately going to go into the Wind Ranger.
I mean,
the Wind Ranger
here.
The Ravens, they've clearly got a game plan because they didn't hesitate at all to pick it. So they seem very confident with their draft.
I think Ravens are planning to run. I mean, they could flex around Dedusa and Wind Ranger offlane and safe. Pudge more than likely. Well, it could still be like a safe lane Pudge, offlane Dedusa, support Wind Ranger. None of these options sound appealing, mind you. It's a rather interesting pick-off oriented draft. They do get the Invoker out for Wildcard, so picking up the RCY special Alacrity onto Sammy is going to feel really good here if you do manage to get that off. And again, we have Dark Mode Sammy turned on here, Mikey, so he's back in the darkness once more for Game 1.
He certainly is. Good to see that he is he's going back to his dark self. Though Argus is kind of cosplaying Sammy here as well, so you have a bit of both going on from these two players in the POS 1 role. Very curious to see how this draft works for Ravens. Like, I have very little confidence in this draft that Ravens have picked up. It is going to be that POS 4 Pudge as well from Wake Me Up, so, you know, very intriguing. I do hope Ravens are intending on taking this matchup very seriously, because we spoke to them last time. I believe Wake Me Up did say that he was looking forward to this matchup. You know, again, the draft has at least confused us a little bit from Ravens' end, but they've surely got a good game plan here, John. Like, this is, you win this matchup against Wildcard, you're basically guaranteed Div 1. All you have to do is not mess up after that. So it's, you know, you get this victory here, you're going to be feeling pretty good for the rest of Tour 2. Excuse me, Tour 3, Division 2.
Yeah, and I think Ravens draft it's got an idea with the offlane Wind Ranger and the Pudge support. I don't know if I like that idea. I'm trying to think of combinations outside of a Shackle and the Hook. That's the most straightforward one. There's a weird slow combination you can do with Windrun and Rock, but that sounds pretty memey, to be fair. And the one thing I don't like about having these kinds of offlanes, like say Wind Ranger in comparison to a Beastmaster, is Wind Ranger doesn't build you auras. It means you're not getting Guardian Greaves up, you're not getting Crimson Guard, you're not getting a pipe up off this hero. Maybe Wake Me Up makes up for it in that sense, but Monster has that flexibility in his build. He could still opt for the usual Dominator build-up as well over, say, the Ags rush here. I think that's pretty feasible for the Beastmaster. And his lane matchup is pretty solid up against Sedusa. Nothing ridiculous, but it's also not unmanageable. So Wildcard's draft, definitely a lot more straightforward. I think with Raven's draft, the key thing is if they do go off to a running start, this draft can overwhelm you. Like, it is really aggressive in terms of just hitting these early timings. If they dominate their lanes with some really good spell uses, then that's where things can go a little bit southbound for Wildcard. But if they don't land those spells, Mikey, I think, you know, in the first 5 minutes, if you're not finding these kills and pickoffs and dominating your lanes, then this draft can definitely just die. Especially with the Jug versus Dusa matchup, which you did mention there with TA 2000 last time we saw.
Yeah, it looked really good. Looked really, really damn good against the Medusa. Especially if you just burn through all her mana pool with one Omni Slash. Like, once you've got a few core items up. I can't remember exactly the item build, but somewhere in there's a Diffusal Blade. Pretty sure we saw a Mantra as well. Just items like that, just doing good work here with the Jug right now, and we'll see how it does do against the Medusa of Argus. It's a very, very different game, two different players, so kind of hard to make that same prediction here with the Jug versus Dusa. Just saw Wildcard, like they were pretty confident with the Jug pick once they saw the Medusa, so Sammy Boy probably has a very similar idea to what he saw the other day. They are going to go for a nice hook. Wake Me Up landing right onto Flea. Flea going down very early on.
That's a bit of all.
I suppose it's not something you see too often in a pro match, is a Pudge going for a hook by the bounties, but that's kind of what happens here, and Wake Me Up already off to a good start with his team.
Yeah, it's feeling good. Giving that first blood out to RRL as well to help with that mid matchup, and that's really where the focal point will be, right? We talked about this specifically coming out. RRL on the Ember up against RCY on that Invoker. This is a matchup Invoker can somewhat deal with, depending on the build. We do have a Quas start. Maybe down the line you can try to get the Exert up, maybe gun for a Tornado Dispel on Flame Guard, but there's enough mobility on Ember early on with a Slight that it's not the hardest thing to dodge out there.
Now bot lane, Sunlight ends up going down here. Italiano Gangster able to get another one, and it seems like Wake Me Up did land a hook for that. So another successful hook here from Wake Me Up, setting up another kill. And you know what? I mean, we questioned the draft a lot here from Ravens, but if Wake Me Up is some like pro Pudge, you know, like he just can't miss, it's gonna be a big problem here for Wildcard.
Yeah. And that's the kind of start you want to see from Ravens. I think the one thing is you don't want to let go of that momentum. You are seeing some aggression lining up mid. RL actually opting for the chains, understanding that with the Dispel of Tornado on hand, you might as well go for the chains, try to isolate that Invoker, get a lot of output onto him. RCY not doing too bad in the CS, and he can regen through the harass on Slight, but level 3 is when that lane starts to go a little bit dicey with a slight fist spam for sure. Especially if you start to get into that Orb of Corrosion here for RRL. Last lane we haven't really looked at is that top lane. Argus on the Dusa and Kara on the Techies up against Flea on that Rubik, his signature hero, and Monster on the Beastmaster, which we've seen him play a lot of. And this one is a rather passive lane, probably the most passive lane out of all of it. And Kara on the Techies is being aggressive onto Flea's solo at the very least.
Yeah, Flea might actually just be dead. No, stick charges are out. Looks like he's going to be fine. But Kara does have another blood grenade if he needs it. He won't go for that attempt yet. Flea does hold a Fairy Fire, so he's probably going to be able to survive. Still a very, very strong start for Ravens. 0-2 their way. All lanes going pretty well. You know, no lane looking too badly. I think if they keep this up, like they might be able to just outpace Wildcard. As Hook is there, bottom lane. Sunlight again being caught out, trying to go for a D ward. Sammy's going to try and help Sunlight, and it seems like he should be okay to do so. Problem is, Italiano Gangster now with the chase misses the power shot. Very unfortunate there for the Wind Ranger.
And not the kind of kill you'd want to miss out on, especially since Wake Me Up is forced to TP back home. So you can't make any moves across the map, not even a bottle refill for RRL here. And the lanes are starting to go a little bit more wildcard favored. Not by too much, but the mid is where it's really starting to drag away. RRL is just not able to do as much as he'd want to up against RCY. He does offer a 2-2-0 build. So doubling down on the change and Slight, not going for the flame card.
Oh, nice setup. Very nice setup here from RRL. There's a bit of a bonus reason for you, John, is you got the hook set up with the chains. Oh, question mark immediately from Sunlight. He's not having it. He is not having it. No tips for Sunlight.
Yeah, RCY dies and Wake Me Up tips Sunlight for whatever reason. I'm sure Sunlight's died at one time.
Because he did, maybe because he didn't rotate. I'm not sure. I don't think he could have rotated that quickly, to be fair.
Good old Wake Me Up. It's so funny to see that as well. Wake Me Up seems like such a calm fella in the interviews, and we've never seen him tip. This is I think this is the first time we've ever seen the guy tip. But of course, when you're playing Pudge, you got to play that kind of game.
No, I mean, the calm guys are usually the most savage ones. That's the thing, John. Usually it's those guys that want to tip you and get into your mind the worst. You know, the angry guys, they never get into your mind because, you know, they're just angry all the time.
That would be a good counterpoint to Sammy Boy here. Not that he's angry all the time, but he's very passionate.
I'm just saying, if I was in a game with Sammy and Sammy tipped me, I wouldn't be mad. I'd just be like, yeah, that's Sammy. You know, I know what he's trying to do. But then a guy like Wake Me Up that's so nice. In fact, top lane, they're going to make a jump in. Flea's gonna make it. Argus, Mystic Snake is out onto Monster, but he has stick charges, so he's barely gonna survive. But all I'm saying, John, is if a nice guy is tipping me, then I really get upset. It's Flea, that is a dangerous position, Mr. Flea. He will get the kill though, and it seems like Argus is not going to get in range for a Mystic Snake, so he does get away with the risky play.
Yeah, pays off. Good punishment coming out from the side of Wildcard. Playing on Knife's Edge just a bit. Flea again, also forced to go home. But you're more than happy. The solo lane for Beastmaster is sustainable. Should be able to just use the Axes and Boars. Kind of try to harass and zone out Argus, although the Deuce is still farming fairly well. Overall, the lanes are, again, a little bit more even outside of the mid, but the kill does help balance it out for RRL. And they are dragging some emphasis down to mid. Level 6 already up for RRL, but no mana. Just can't really play around too badly with that. 6-minute power rune coming up, though.
That it is. There'll be a reset from the Ember just at the fountain, but Wake Me Up is protecting the regen rune. Who actually hooked the regen rune. I believe he wanted the Lich hook, but accidentally got the rune instead. The Sunlight will realize now there was an Obs Ward there, because he's like, why the hell did that hook happen? And there we go. At least Sunlight gets a free ward out of that.
Yeah. No bottled up regen for RL as well, so holds back a little bit in that aggression. And again, that emphasis on mid, nice and good. The Obs Ward starting to make it a little bit more awkward for Wake Me Up
Argus.
his rotations.
Argus is probably just down here. No way out, though he does have some stick charges. Kara going for the blast off.
How is he alive?
I'm not sure. Kara is going to go down instead, so a nice little save from the techies at the least. But yeah, just the one charges were enough. Meanwhile, mid lane, chains around. RCY being jumped here by RRL. Wake Me Up looking for a hook within the smoke. Or RCY may not be expecting this one. RRL looking for another chain setup. Is not going to get it. Seems like the Invoker might have a decent idea that there is a Pudge sitting somewhere in smoke. RCY so low. One hook will probably just do the job. RRL still trying to bait them forward. RCY definitely knows something's wrong. Sticky Bomb is going to land. RCY, he'll walk the other way with the Ghost Form. Blast Off is going to land and they will secure the kill. So now Flea is finally rotated on the Rubik. But it's too late. They lost their Invoker in a very prolonged team fight. And sadly, Wildcard get nothing out of this.
They don't manage to find any punish. Waking Me Up, being very patient as well with that smoke. Again, he was spotted moving towards the mid with his River Ward, but the smoke should have given him an angle in. Don't even need it. Now they get to secure the rune as well. Oh.
I mean, Sunlight deemed it very important to deny off that double damage, which I suppose is fair. Thing is, you are guaranteed to die. And Wake Me Up continues just getting into the mind of Sunlight.
This must be some pub stuff again. You know, NA pubs. It's a place where friendships are born, Mike, and grudges are held.
Yeah. I like that. I think NA server would be fun just for that reason of everyone knowing each other and just hating each other. It's kind of why the old server back in the day was actually fun. Not anymore, though, because we have a billion young kids that want to be artsy. But, you know, it used to be fun.
Oh, I'm sure it was, Mike. If you want to call anything Australia fun. I've experienced your Australian gameplay as well, Mike. You know, I've played on Australian CS servers. We've played a couple of times in Australian Dota.
Yeah.
You guys are very noisy. Like,
Noisy?
I thought Southeast Asians are very noisy in, like, all chat and all. But Australians just constantly mic because they get a nice hook onto Sammy. Imagine, you guys love to use your mic. Like, all the time. Every little thing.
Yeah.
Someone's got to be blabbering. I have no idea.
They do talk a lot. So I find highly ironic that you're telling me they talk a lot. Wake Me Up's going to go down. Sammy able to pick up a nice pick up there on the jug. Bit of a freebie on the punch. Speaking of Sammy, like we haven't really spoken about him much, but he is going for the Battle Fury timing here on the jug, and I mean for now it seems like it's going to be a pretty nice timing. Top of the net worth board here is the Juggernaut, and not really much in the way of slowing the man down.
Yeah, this is the same build I think we saw from TA 2000, just Battle of Fury, maybe something like the SNY and Diffusal, I believe is what we saw last time around, and did work out. The Jug does need a farm accelerator. We haven't seen a lot of Jugs go for the Maelstrom, just wanting to go all in on the farm. This will work out for Sammy if he's uncontested, and quite frankly, in a Wind Ranger lane, there's nothing to be too scared about. Like, sure, Wake Me Up has been landing kills, but it's all been on the Lich. You've still been getting what you want in terms of your core farm here for the side of Wildcard. The only lane where your core farm isn't going too well is RCY's lane, but he is remedying that with a Midas. And he will have that Midas sooner rather than later, only 700 gold away. Starting to clump up down bot here onto Italiano.
Here we go. Italiano Gangster. We go down RCY. Nice setup here on the Invoker. Meanwhile, mid-tier 1 tower is going to be forced in by Raven, so they're going to try and at least get a bit of an advantage out of this. Sunlight immediately just popping a Chain Frost to clear out the creep wave, though. Just not having this mid-tier 1 tower push, and that's fair, but they aren't backing off yet. Meanwhile, north side, Monster is going to find Kara with a roar, will secure a very easy kill for himself. RRL's being caught out now on the Ember. The chase is on for Sunlight, but he cannot claim the kill. So he's going to be forced to back away. Still, I think Wildcard are off to a very strong start here in this game 1. It's both side lanes going really well, and sure, RCY in terms of net worth has not had the most amazing time, but he's an Invoker who is going down the Midas route. So things are going to be a little bit slower for now, but eventually he will catch up.
It'll definitely pick up. They've gotten themselves a pretty free lane top. You can't sustain that as the Deuces or Argus is just playing in the jungle. At least has the Yasha up to help speed up that process of farm. But it's starting to lag a bit behind. Just because Sammy had a free lane, has an easier time going in and out. Still contesting the laning creeps at this point. Top tower just being shoved in by the side of Wildcard with the Dominator creep up. A lot of damage coming out on that objective. And no contests coming out from Ravens. So a nice take from Wildcard. Again, for the side of Ravens, it does feel like your emphasis has been all in on mid. The tower is gone mid at the least. And although, again, early on, it does feel like the side lane tower is a little bit bigger now. So don't mind that too much. But you will find bot eventually. Italiano with a focus fire still gets it out. And Italiano does have the Javelin up, so there's some threat to provide onto the Jug. You need to pin down Sammy. He's only the recipe away from Battle Fury. Pretty much has it up. So again, the Jug is going to be a massive concern once his farm starts flowing here.
Yeah, he certainly will be. Like, the thing as well, like in terms of pacing, considering your Beastmasters had a really good landing stage, Monster's going to be able to keep their the attention of Ravens consistently on him. Just with the amount of pushing he can provide with the Helm of the Dom going into the Helm of the Overlord very soon. About, what, 1k off that. So Ravens going to find themselves in a bit of danger for sure here. It's mid lane. There is going to be a group up from Wildcard. RRL just going to immediately retreat, seeing them moving in. The thing is as well for Ravens, you might have... In fact, hold that thought, because mid lane they are still going. Wildcard not looking to back off, but they are going to lose their dominated creep thanks to the hook of Wake Me Up. I guess that is partially the issue here for the Beastmaster, is if Wake Me Up does just hook the creep, it is just an insta-kill. RRL still going. Nice power shot from Italiano Gangster. From a mile away, he just kind of snipes him. Very, very nice. But going back to my point, John, I suppose this is maybe why they went down the Pudge route. Just hook the creeps of the Beastmaster. They can't really do anything.
That's a rather interesting solution to that. I feel like a Mirana kind of does the same thing as well, right? And to be fair, the way Ravens are running, it feels like the Pudge is just replacing a Mirana. Chain's hook, out over Chain's arrow, that kind of plays. They are starting to get aggressive mid. Now RCY not going to be able to find a solo kill onto Kara. His Midas is up and running, and he is rushing a BKB now, so going for like a more teamfight-oriented Invoker here, just throwing out his control in these engagements with a Quas Wex. And BKB should enable that even more. Smoke out from Wildcard, looking to make a flanking play.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, they'll head down bottom. Wake Me Up's going to be the target, it seems. Problem is, the mines are going to give plenty of info here for Wake Me Up to back off, though he may have not got the memo because he's still farming the creep wave at the moment, so it looks like he is set to fall. Yeah, he's, you know, this is one of those kills where you could have certainly avoided it. They did have the information from Kara that that someone was running towards him, but maybe he just assumed it was, you know, just someone farming the camps. Maybe he just, you know, didn't assume it'd be 3 heroes trying to make a smoke rotation towards a Pudge. And he will pay for it.
Yeah, good punishment out from Wildcard. Not the biggest kill. I think if you're Ravens, you're just happier that someone else cops it over your Medusa. Argus was also kind of in the firing line. Managed to get a good ward off the back here as well with Sunlight sneaking around those mines. So you should be able to spot when Argus is going back into that area to build up. Medusa does have the full Manta style up. So you can also start to clear out these camps and the waves a little bit better now. Rushing into the usual butterfly that we tend to see on the Medusa. And for Sammy, again, it looks like he is opting for the SNY that we've seen elsewhere. Yasha up and running on the Jug. So this is going to be a bit of a farm fest from both of our past ones until key timings are up. Jug in this case, SNY plus maybe that Diffusal. For the Deuce, of course, something like Butterfly, and you're kind of set to go. You are starting to maybe lose a little bit more map space in terms of positioning here from the side of Ravens with Wildcard. Always on the offensive. I mean, they're clumping together. It looks like they'll go for Roshan. Max out healing ward. Should be very sustainable here.
Here we go. Roshan. Going to be a pretty easy target here for Wildcard, assuming Ravens stay back. Ravens looks like they are going to find themselves a Lich to get started, so Sunlight might be on the chopping block. So Shackle is going to lock him down, and Sunlight is down. Meanwhile, Wake Me Up moving in onto RCY. He's still fine, though, as the RRL going to try and jump in with the Remnants, but he's a little bit too late. He couldn't get the Aegis, so the blast off him from Kara. They're going to try and set up the best they possibly can. Monster is almost down. A great Shackles from Italiano Gangster. Landing on 2. Sammy, he's going to lose the Aegis immediately, and it seems like Ravens, they are really cleaning up. Sammy, he's going to try for the spin TP play out, and he is going to make it. But there is 4 down for Wildcard.
What's that mean?
They went all in on the Aegis play, and they lose the Aegis immediately. Really strong punishment coming out from Ravens. Great position, all coming off the back of finding this Lich kill fairly early on in that pickoff. And then off the back of that, just cleaning up. Great hooks coming out from Wake Me Up, not allowing the Rubik to steal out the hook as well is a big part of that. And now they get shoved in top. A big win. 4K lead coming out for Ravens off the back of that. Your Jug not at the point where it can handle something like Medusa just yet. You will need your full SNY. You'll need something like an MKB, a Diffusal up. That's a lot more farm Sammy has to go back into. Granted, we do know that Sammy Boy does love farming up. So the team will probably just be willing to give him space going forward. But I worry about the rest of your lineup. Because, you know, RCY, it's still been a really slow game for him despite having the Midas. Still at 6.6k net worth. And he's still rushing that BKB. BKB Invoker's nice. It can take these fights, but it's not your damage output.
Wake Me Up. He's going to go down. Kara, in the meantime, going to be chased here. Kara, dropping very, very low, is also going to drop as now Italiano Gangster forced the wind run away. RL will do the exact same. The RCY, he's going to be there with the control onto Italiano Gangster. And this is what I think they really want the Invoker for. I don't think they care that he has no damage. I think they literally just want the control from the map.
Yeah, like the Dispel feels really amazing against the Wind Ranger. Especially since it's all the way in your level 25 talent when you start to feel a bit safer on that hero. You've got a way of purging off the Flame Guard as well from RRL in the middle of these fights. Again, just with that Tornado. So you have a lot of options here from the side of Wildcard to kind of get control, remove that durability from the side of Ravens. For Ravens, they have to be careful about bleeding out like that. They played it very greedy with Wake Me Up, going for the Blink Dismember play onto the Rubik. Not respecting that presence out from Wildcard, considering that they are all just clumped up top. And now an opportunity for the side of Wildcard to push in that top tier too.
Yeah,
no signs of a defense just yet from Ravens.
Yeah, tier 2 top tower is not gonna last very long here. Wildcard, very, very easy objective to take. Yeah, even though they lost that Aegis in that team fight, Wildcard are still the ones that are able to get very aggressive with their style of draft. Take objectives and buy more and more space and time for Sammy. Sammy's still just freely farming as that tier 2 top tower is about to fall. Ravens are in no position to try and defend this. They are literally just trying to relocate across the map and look for this juggernaut. But Sammy has drawn the line up towards the north, so... Oh, don't go for the creep wave, Sammy. There we go. He'll move into the triangle instead. He was about to get greedy and it would have cost him, but he decides better over at the last second, seeing RRL show up.
Yeah, plays it safe and doesn't get punished. Big objective to take there for the side of Wildcard up top. It gives them access to that forward jungle area in that top area. They just managed to build up. Maybe a little bit of trade down south with Argus. With a butterfly, just getting to work by himself. Has the cover from Wake Me Up and no defense as well from Wildcard. So you are trading even. 9-11 scoreline here. That's the side of Ravens. And just taking their time now. I mean, you do have the Dusa. So it's not like you're immediately concerned about what Sammy might be up to. Sammy is opting for the butterfly himself. Lee?
Yeah, he's going to go for a run. The sticky bomb slow will help, but the remnant eventually from RRL is going to be able to get the kill. So a nice pick off here for the Ember. RRL actually going 5-0-5 at the moment on the Ember Spirit, having a very good game. I mean, not quite good enough to control the state of the game, but I'd put that more down to the draft than anything. It does feel like one of those games as well where RRL will probably be forced to snowball into more of a carry style of Ember. I think... I don't know if you can really rely on Argus and this Medusa to carry you through this game against the Jug. Mind you, though, he is getting a lot more farm than Sammy is at this point. Has got the butterfly up, so that's going to make Sammy's life a lot harder. And Sammy's not going to have an MKB for a while. Instead, he went for a Heaven's Harbird build-up. Which is, you know, it's not a bad decision, but I'm not sure if it's a good one either.
Yeah, I think he is opting for the disassembly on Jug. So it's really just about efficiency, I guess. Just wanting to get a little bit more stat efficiency. Halberd on Dusa does feel pretty good. Not gonna lie, the disarm onto Argus does make the hero feel pretty useless, at least for a few seconds there. But the Jug really needs some like the Ags, the Diffusal to handle the Mana Shield. Until that's up, then Argus still has a pretty good time in this game. Despite us seeing that success with the Jug versus Dusa, it does take a lot of items. And again, Sammy still not at that point where you have all of those items up and running just yet. As the game does slow down just a little bit, back into the farm game. I think the side of Wildcard utilizing this top area they've taken for themselves quite nicely, but the same thing goes for Ravens. You know, just playing down south, they're getting their own build up, buying space out for Argus, allowing RL to keep farming up as well. And Italiano, well, at the least he has the Gleipnir. He's going into the Manta, into the Ags. He's gonna have some fun ways of running around here. The Ags on Wind Ranger has been nerfed severely hard though. Like from 50% physical damage reduction to 35. It's a big drop in the HP. Still smoke out though.
Yeah, wild card. RL about to show himself perhaps as the lift is there. Sentry wards will give the vision necessary. Roar is out as well, so RL, that'll be his first death of the game. The mega kill streak going the way of RCY. Wildcard still being the aggressive team, though while that was happening, bottom tier 2 tower is going to go the way of Ravens. They do still claim an objective that they've been looking to claim for quite a while. And Ravens even thinking about just chipping the tier 3 tower to try and force the retreat from Wildcard and the high ground defense. And to be fair, Argus does now have the full Eye of Skadi up. So pretty big itemization for him. But the real reason why they went for that is just to force the retreat. That way they can move in, take over the map however they like it, and Wildcard will be forced to run through the bottom lane, which is not what they really want at the moment.
No, definitely not. Stalling out some timings they'd want to hit here. You do have a rather interesting build from Argus, trying to opt for the full... Well, he was opting for the Dragonlance, now just for the full Gateless. They take the gate up top, expecting the Roche in 20 seconds. Pretty fast Roshan. Ravens in a good position to kind of just grab it for themselves as well. And as long as they maintain vision in that area, they should be able to spot it. Sooner rather than later, wildcard. I mean, again, even if this game starts to drag on, you are building up here. Blink coming out next for Monster has the full Crimson Guard up, so the damage block against Adusa feels great. And they'll go for a smoke play.
Yeah, that they will. A wild card.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Looking to
attack.
try and bait with Sammy.
Scanning.
Problem is Ravens have gone right towards the Roshan pit and they do scout out the early Roche. Sunstrike is going to give the information to Wildcard now. It seems like Ravens are more than happy to try and fight around the Roshan pit. They know that they're incoming. Mines are going to give the information again. RRL going to move in for a double chains into the blast off here from Kara. It's a lot of damage, but it seems like they might just lose the techies to start. And they will, but Kara's going to buy back. Sammy's committed to spin. He needs to be cautious. Sammy will move in again onto Argus now, but the Stone Gate's making things hard. He'll go for the Omni instead, but it bounces between the illusions. He gets very unlucky. Not good bounces at all. And Wildcard, I mean, they might need a retreat here. They're still going for the fight. RRL's going to remnant out. Bit of a choke point for Ravens, but they are still moving forward, though Argus is getting very low on mana, but he's just manning up. Sammy's the one that needs to run. Blast off is in. Ravens successfully fighting back. This Wildcard, they are losing way too much. 3 down. I believe buybacks were committed to boot. And I think as soon as the Omni Slash was messed up, they needed to get out of there.
Yeah, it's all hinging on that. Again, with a butterfly for Argus, you have no easy way of just piercing through that Dusa right now. And it's just this move out in the itemization. I think you really need that MKB. He is rushing the Ags into MKB. Again, Jug starts to feel like a hero at that point, but Aegis cheese the way of Ravens. They go for the reset. And now they can kind of threaten high ground if they wanted to. With these tools available here for the side of Ravens. Your damage output on Argus is just skyrocketing with the Crystallis up now. So you're reaching that point where all of your heroes on Ravens start to hit really hard. You've got some scaling durability coming out on Wake Me Up. You've got some great damage still coming out here from Italiano. Manta not too far off as well to get some dispels in the middle of these engagements. So you're gonna have a lot of issues here until the MKV is up and running for Sammy. And the evasion's just killing you. You can't even a full Omni Slash into Argus. I don't think we'll find enough hits to melt through his mana pool.
It's pretty tough right now. Pretty tough for Wildcard. Ravens doing again a fantastic job here in this game 1. And here I was doubting their draft, but they're making it look really good past that mid-game stage. Argus has just been uncontested this whole game. That Deadliest is going to make life so much more challenging for Wildcard. Wildcard, I mean, they're still trying to grow that net worth. Try to get to that stage where Sammy's going to be a real nuisance towards the Medusa. My fear is, though, Argus is just... his farm is too quick now. Like, Sammy's not getting to the stage where he's going to have enough farm fast enough, I don't think. So the T2 top tower is getting forced in. Chainfrost committed. Looks like they have found a couple. Kara and Wake Me Up. Wake Me Up, though, a nice hook and a nice retreat to save his teammate. Been very good in this support Pudge. Saving Kara, helping get a kill into this Lich.
Radiant's middle tower.
And Ravens, they are onto the mid tier 2 tower now. They leave the top tier 2 alone. Let's go right into the more valuable one.
Yeah. Go for the bigger target. Mid falls. Aegis still has a lot of time left, so the high ground can begin in earnest here. And Wildcard, RCY forced to come back home for the defense. You need to land some pretty good combinations. Omni Slash is ready in Sammy, but he wants the Ag, so he's not going to risk it.
Very nice Manta dodge.
Kind of skip out his farm.
Argus just completely Manta dodged the EMP. Though Wake Me Up hooked him as well, but The Manta Dodge is what duked the damage. They need a creep wave right now. The backdoor protection is going to kick in, but they'll get the tier 3 tower job done. Everyone backing off but Argus, apparently. Argus will stick around for the creep wave, just feeling confident they actually just can't kill him. You know what? Right now, he is right. Like, he's got the Aegis up, so trying to kill this Medusa twice in a row is just not going to happen. But now he has a BKB up, so life becomes even more challenging for Wildcard.
That's an interesting take on Argus. Again, skipping out damage. Probably feels like he doesn't need any more. Just wants some protection in the middle of these fights. So now you have to make a lot of choices with Monster. Do you want to roar up the Dusa? Do you feel you need to roar up RL first? Do you want to stop the Wind Ranger? Like, there's a lot of pressure on the Beastmaster with just this kind of build-up. Wildcard going for a smoke play, trying to be sneaky around her rune.
Oh, they'll find Kara. That's a nice one. It's a bit of a freebie here for Wildcard. Ravens, I mean, they're still hanging around here in this Radiant Triangle. Probably not as happy to go for a big fight without their techies. He is down for about 50, but they are thinking about it. I don't know, I feel like Kara's been quite instrumental in these fights, so I think they're best off not going for a forced fight without their POS 5. Wildcard, however, they'd love to fight, I think. So they've even got a Sight the Vice now up on RCY, so he's got some pretty big disable. Wake me up with a hook, not gonna land. Trying to go for a cheeky Sammy boy hook. And Ravens, they've seen enough. They'll retreat now, seeing that the openings are now closed.
Yeah, they just play it safe inside of Ravens. That opening for high ground just kind of getting gone. Aegis not too far off until the reset here for Argus. And he will just go back for the Daedalus. Maybe once you have more of that damage up, you start to feel better. You do have the protection in Lincolns for RRL. So some solutions here for at least the Roar and the Hex coming out onto the Ember. And in a farming game, you don't feel too bad on Wildcard. You do feel like, again, down the line, this jug will be a very big issue coming out from Sammy. Smoke out from Ravens, just looking for anyone that might straggle across the river, but no one will. Wildcard playing pretty defensive on their own side of the map. Just opting to keep that farm game up and keep stalling as much as he can, because you've got some pretty good timings in that jug matchup. Italiano still 3 parts away from the full Ags. And that just means your Wind Ranger is a little less comfy, showing up front, of course. But there is one more outer tower left. That tier 2 top, not the healthiest now.
Yeah, tier 2 top tower going to go down very, very easily here from Ravens.
Has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Torment is available here for the Radiant End, so it looks like they're going to go right for that. Take it away from the side of Wildcard. 3 shards up for somebody. And it is going to go the way of Kara. So now you've got that reactive taser available for your teammates. It's actually quite a nice ability to have. Especially against heroes like the Jug, who do not enjoy the disarm very much. And we actually saw in one of the Roshan fights, like, the reactive taser just disarmed Sammy for ages. He was forced to spin to try and get rid of the disarm. But without the spin, he just can't safely take a team fight. So it's pretty awkward if Sammy doesn't have a way of dispelling the disarm without the spin available. Because they are trying to group up here. Ravens are moving in as 2 with the smoke. The chase is on for RCY. RCY might actually make it out, as they do not think to go towards the east of the map. Instead, mid lane, they found Flea. The Rubik will drop. Ravens now looking for another pickoff. Might actually run right into Sammy, but Italiano Gangster decides to go after the creep wave instead. And meanwhile, mid lane, Wildcard, they've got to defend. The push is coming from Argus. The range rack's practically already gone. Argus, another nice Manta dodge on the EMP. Are they just not going to defend? Sammy's got he's got the TP, but he's trying to farm the MKB first. maybe feeling like there's no chance of actually taking the fight without it. And that'll be it though. They get the mid-racks, they back off, there's no contest. And Sammy's made the decision that without the MKB, there's no point going for the fight.
And that's fair. The Butterfly is just doing a lot right now for Argus. But again, you're allowing this Dusa to farm into critical mass. Daedalus up now, Swift Blink next, can ditch the boots, and you're pretty much set to go at that point as the Dusa. You're having a lot of damage output. Your next power spikes, you're pretty much your level 25. The split shot using modifiers. And that's the point where things can get silly with the Dusa and the Daedalus up. They also have the full axe up and running for RRL. So it's a lot easier for the Ember to kind of sneak into that backline now. And even Italiano has his own ags up. It's all done on the Wind Ranger. Again, 35% physical damage reduction is still pretty big. Although it was much better before. It still makes the Wind Ranger hard to handle. Especially once level 25 times up and running there.
RL actually went for the Forge Spirit with the Sleight of Fist chain. A little bit unlucky, I think, just reacting to the first thing he saw. Could have gone for RCY instead, but to be absolutely fair, RCY had a BKB anyway, so it probably would have been okay. Roshan? A minute 15 on the clock for him. Wildcard, I think they'll start sending Hawks out there now to get the vision. But look at the mines that are placed by Kara. Like, it's going to be pretty hard to attempt to try and counter a Roshan fight with all the mines placed by Kara. Like, you can't even enter the area.
You don't have 3 angles here. No angles at all. If you do try
where are
to
you
take
going to come
Roshan,
from?
yeah, you can't. Every entrance blocked off. Wildcard, if they walk in here, they have to fully commit for something.
Well, they'll know now that they're here. They'll start getting rid of the mines. Bit of Minesweeper action going on for Wildcard. I mean, the balls can do it, I suppose. Monster's got the idea. They'll just start sending balls in there to clean up. But Roshan's up in 8 seconds. It's going to be available anytime now. Wildcard, they cannot afford to lose this team fight. There's only one buyback available for them, and that's Monster. Mind you, the only buyback available for Ravens right now is Argus, but I'd much prefer a Medusa buyback than I would a Beastmaster buyback at the moment. As we are going to get into the Roshan pit, I believe. Roshan now available. Ravens look to get started. Mind you, again, the Hawk Vision is there. So Wildcard, they'll well and truly know exactly what's going on here. In they go for a jump. Looks like the Hex was out, so they've already got Wake Me Up. The Pudge is down. RCY going to retreat immediately as meanwhile Argus just getting chain frosted to death. So he's lost pretty much half his mana. He's going to be just fine. But now Sammy, he takes down Kara on the techies. Meanwhile RRL going to try and jump in, try and fight, try and set some kind of kill up here for Argus. But he's completely out of mana. He's gone. They have got the Medusa down. A very surgical type of team fight here from Wildcard Gaming. And they will be able to get away with this Roshan.
Yeah, the side of Ravens just playing a little bit too far forward.
Whoopsie
Before you
daisies.
guys to a lot of bombs. I mean, you're still going to be happy in the end. We'll find a Roche. The MKB from Sammy being the focal point there. Just managed to get that big Omni slash off. And Dusa just melts without any mana. They couldn't find the opening while everyone's playing tag with the bombs there. If they managed to find a hook earlier on, maybe that fight goes a little bit better. But Wildcard staying in the game with a Roche pickup for themselves. Refresh ready on Monster. The Crimson Guard starting to do a pretty damn good job in preventing that huge output from the Dusa here as well. Like it's getting a little bit harder for Argus to just look for that burst. RL at the very least finds a DD. And they should be able to defend high ground here on the side of Ravens. Respawn and Medusa not too far. You have an opening still to reel this game in, but you gotta execute well. On the bright side, you do have Pudge. One good hook can kind of break off any sort of high ground attempt or even just a high ground poke here inside of Wildcard.
See AC now up on Monster. That's certainly going to help the cause here for Wildcard Gaming. Still a 6k advantage sitting in the way of Ravens, but it's really nothing to write home about anymore. So that one bad team fight sets them so far back now in this game. Abyssal Blade being built up on Sammy. Not going to take too long. Yeah, pretty decent timing now, like the amount of the farming pace he does have. Ravens will go for another Tormentor pickup. This one will go to the way of Argus, so he's going to have the Cold-Blooded spell up, or the passive rather. Mid-tier 2 tower. Getting it down very easily here. Sammy will make very short work of it. Real question is, do they want to go high ground? And I think the answer is no. Lines have been drawn out through the bot lane instead. So they'll go address the creep wave, and they'll also address the T2 tower that is still standing on the bot lane.
From blaze to inferno.
But you certainly want to try and go for this attempt at high ground while the Aegis is still up if you are wildcard. In fact, they might have a fight on their hands. Wake me up. Hooks an illusion here of Fleet. They're keeping the vision on Sammy. But it seems like they are very hesitant to try and go for a fight, especially without Argus around.
Yeah, you do need your juicer for the damage here, for sure. RL does a good chunk, but not enough, especially up against Jug. Just way too much coming out there with the Blade Fury to be immune from magic damage, and the Omni and Swift Slash to kind of bail you out of rough spots as well. Ravens, they lose a lot of that lead off the back of that Roche Force down to 5k. Carrot just trying to ensure that this is going to be a slower process, but doesn't really manage to get too much standing in that cliff. Wild card. That tier 2 is just set to fall. Again, they've got the durability. It's a harder game now for Ravens.
These mines are kind of ridiculous, but Sammy boy, good lifesteal is going to be okay. A Blade Dance lifesteal is very, very nice. Stupidly strong, rather. It's
A tool to teach.
Wildcard, they could run into RRL here. They don't have the vision of him right now, but Sammy is running towards his direction. Problem is, you need a strong way of holding him down, and he's got a Lincoln Sphere and an Exile. RRL actually going to move in with the chains, but Lincoln's was broken. Sammy, he's got the Omni. Shackle's not going to land. RRL actually in a lot of danger here, forced to eat the cheese up. And now Sammy, he's in the middle of nowhere. Needs to find a way out. The chase is on though. RRL getting the vision for the Gleipnir's monster. Going down. Kara jumps in. He might just melt. Argus, he's got the Stone Gaze. He's blinked right in the center. Trying to go after Monster, but he'll eat the cheese up. He is still alive on the Beastmaster as a huge tornado comes in from our Invoker. RCY going right back in after the Deucer. Oh, they've got him. Argus is down. Monster somehow surviving the onslaught. No buyback available for this Medusa. RRL still trying to get out. Not looking too strong for him though. He is out of remnants. He is down. Bad news for Ravens.
That's very bad news. They tried to get that save onto Argus as well with a hook blocked off by I believe, a Forge Spirit. They might be able to try and stall it here, but...
And Sammy just jumping right in onto Wake Me Up. Wake Me Up looking to go down, though it does blink away. Instead, they'll get Kara. Sammy, be very careful with his mind, sir. I mean, he's got a healing ward, so he should be just fine. Being very passive, though, Sammy. He's going to wait out the Aegis instead. Just didn't want the refresh to be cancelled. It's Wake Me Up again being caught out here. Glimmer Cape was committed, but it won't make the difference. He's down. Buyback immediately from Wake Me Up. Tier 4 towers now under siege. Wildcard. Not looking to slow down. Still 15 seconds without the Medusa up. Sammy continuing to go for the jugular. Hook off the mark though, a little bit short there from Wake Me Up. Now the Ancient completely exposed. Omni in celebration. It's Italian against tried to save, but they're both going to go down. Sammy handing over the tip. Smiley face from Sunlight. Little bit of revenge here from Wildcard already.
Light says,
Monster says Sunlight says GG.
oh,
There you go.
good God.
I don't blame
That was
I don't blame Sunlight
was the
for the little bit of BM at the end of the game, John. Well deserved, I think.
for sure. Yeah, he was getting tipped, and that was quite the game coming out there. It looked really rough for Wildcard in the first phases, but they just wait out. You know, they let Sammy hit this MKB timing, and then he can run down to Dusa. Ravens messing up in that Roche fight cost in the game. Like that was the big engagement. They had the mine set up. They could have just waited a little bit longer. They force Roche. Roche runs out, breaks the mines. They're in a really awkward position. The Hawk vision was really huge there as well. Like they had this gem on their techies, but Kara couldn't see that Hawk above them. So their position in the tree line just completely cut off, and they just couldn't fight. You need Wake Me Up to get the isolation in these later fights and force a couple of spell uses out, but just couldn't happen. And again, like Sammy with the MKB, make short work of the Deuce at that point.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly did. Sammy Boy just kind of trusting his instincts on that throughout this game, and the MKB did certainly help a lot here for old Sammy. It's kind of hard to know who had the most impact as well, right? Like it's just like Monster surviving that last engagement from Ravens was huge, just with the cheese alone being able to survive through it and being able to buy that space. See RCY, we saw plenty of huge moments from him. Tornadoes were just fantastic, just the amount of control he was providing for his team. Yeah, I mean, it really is hard to choose the guy with the most impact in this game one between Wildcard and the rest of its members, but I think everyone did a fantastic job in the end.
Yeah, they coordinated well together. They had maybe a lot rougher of a laning stage than you'd expect them to, but they ride it out. Their mid-game and late-game decision-making was on point here. And again, they understood their timings. They were willing to make sacrifices to get that done. They even sacrificed that mid-set of racks just to get that timing on Sammy, understanding that one racks wouldn't set them back too badly here with how this game goes as it scales on. And for Ravens, and just one engagement is all it takes to fall apart. And Wildcard come out on top, as we can see on our scoreboard. And of course, we've got to give an MVP out, Mike. It is Sammy on our jug. Good old Sammy Boy living in the dark, where he shines brightest. He shines brightest in the dark. Therefore, he shrouds himself in that darkness, Mike.
That's very true, Jonathan. That is very true. I mean, you tend to shine brighter in the dark anyway, John. That's kind of how the laws of physics works, I believe.
Yes.
So there you go. I'm not sure if it's actual physics, Jonathan. I'm making everything that I'm saying up right now. But Sammy Boy, what I'm not making up is Sammy Boy does deserve the MVP of this game. Number one here between Wildcard and, of course, Ravens. And I suppose it does go back to the choice. Like, not defending that Rax and just farming his MKB was probably the MVP play of the whole game, right? Because had he gone back and died at that mid-Rax, which he probably would have, that may have just been game over. If he didn't have buyback, if he didn't save for it, that would have just been it. Nevertheless, John, game 2 will be coming up after a very short break, so we're going to head over to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game number 2 between Wildcard and, of course, Ravens. We'll see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 between Ravens and, of course, Wildcard Gaming is going to be underway very, very soon. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, game 1 obviously going the way of Wildcard, though I would say it was a pretty close series between a pretty close game so far between the two. Ravens were seemingly in the lead for most of that game. It felt like, doing a fantastic job after the mid game of gaining I think it was a 10k net worth lead at some point. With their draft, but they were just unable to hold on to it, and eventually Wildcard were able to take over. Any changes you think are required here for Ravens to be able to force this to a game 3, John?
Yeah, I think they've got to maybe change off lanes for Italiano. I think that was the weak point of this draft. The Wind Ranger really not accomplishing too much. Doesn't really stop Sammy. That's more down to Wake Me Up. If he literally had any other hero in the offlane, you probably would have had a better chance. Maybe an aura carrier as well to help deal with the jug would have been one way to go about it. Something with more laning presence in Wind Ranger. And yeah, I think the Wind Ranger just didn't work out. It didn't feel like he had big timings to meet there for Italiano. So I'm keen to see if that is the one change for Ravens. I think for the side of Wildcard, everything was pretty solid. Just probably their laning was also a little bit lackluster in terms of how much they gave away to Ravens. I think their laning was not down to their supports being bad, but their positioning not being ideal there for Wildcard. The fact that Sunlight had to give a couple of kills out was less than ideal, kind of stalling out the timings here just a little bit. And if they clean that up on Wildcard, then with how they played, with the patience and understanding that Wildcard showed, I don't know if Ravens can stand up to that. We'll have to see. Again, just a better year for Italiano should fix a lot of those issues from that last game.
Yeah, it hopefully should. I mean, Italiano Gangster usually a pretty big kind of member of the team of Ravens, and I think usually has a hell of a lot of impact. But yeah, certainly with the offlane Wind Ranger, maybe not feeling like that was exactly the case this time around. But we'll see what they change it up to. Like I feel like when he plays a more standard offlane, we tend to see a lot of impact from Italiano Gangster. Like really enjoy seeing heroes like the Magnus come out for him. I feel like his Magnus is one of the better heroes we get to see from the man in the offlane, and we'll see if it's left though. I'm pretty sure it was first phase banned because it usually always is, because Magnus is pretty busted at the moment. In fact, was Magnus even changed? I can't remember in this patch, but was Magnus actually nerfed at all? He was nerfed. Okay, I'm looking at it now. Yeah. Base agility decreased by a lot. And then the empower. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's his self-empower. So it's down from 75% bonus to 50%, which is significant, but... Sorry, I'm reading lobby chat. Sammy's accusing us of removing him from our friend list. It's like,
what?
You never added the. Okay, I had to get that out of me. You know how Sammy is. He spent so much time in the dark. It kind of captures his mentality. But yeah, like the Magnus changes are significant. I feel like each hero that did get nerfed down, it is quite the touch up. I think techies may be less affected. Oh, okay, the moment I added Sammy, I suddenly have 1 million pings. That's very nice. Thank you, Sammy boy. But yeah. Appreciate our friendship, Sammy. But yeah, like those slight touchdowns, like the base attack speed down on techies and Wind Ranger, for example, are pretty significant in laning. Although I'd argue techies is a lot less painful. I think the techies one, it's still highly effective. Just a pretty rough game coming out there for Kara. The Abaddon nerf, I felt like was... Oh, it's so painful, Mike. As someone who really enjoyed playing safe lane Abaddon, that was just uncalled for. It was
called for. It was very called for. Come on now. This Abaddon pos one was driving me nuts personally, because I've played against it a couple times now in pubs. It's so stupid. It's such a dumb hero. I'm so glad they actually... You know what had, before these nerfs, John, in pubs, in Immortal pubs, it had a 58% win rate.
Yep.
58%.
I know.
Well, what a ridiculous win rate for an Abaddon.
Yeah. It was fun. It was fun to play. I play it every time. When I play Turbo, you just go double bracer, Radiance, if you can rush it. Otherwise, Echo Saber, Harpoon. You just dominate. It feels so good. Now those nerfs from 120 to 95 base attack speed. It feels awful. Mana cost as well. Yeah.
I don't mind if it's broken in turbo. Like, that's turbo. You know, everyone's kind of broken in the right hands, but it's like in a proper ranked match or a proper pro game, like how busted this hero was. You know? You see Abaddon, you just
counter to it.
What was
There's
that,
one
John?
counter. OD. OD is still really good against Abaddon. Mind you,
Okay.
OD is a dead hero as well. So
Yeah, well,
there
who
you
wants
go.
to play OD, John? I mean, come
There's
on
some
now.
maniacs in pubs, Mike. There are maniacs there. You know that.
There
You
there is
don't
some
need to ask the
sickos.
question.
I do still see Meteor Hammer OD come out here and
Yes.
there, and it does make me question everything I know about Dota sometimes, because just why, who plays OD and has a good time? That's my question. Like, you know, as much as I give crap to the Arc Wardens and the Tinker players, I know how they're having fun. I understand. I appreciate the toxic minds of these people that enjoy playing Tinker and Arc Warden. I understand where the fun comes from. But then you give me a hero like OD, and I just get confused. I'm like, where's the fun in this garbage heroes? We are going to have a draft coming up. OD pickers, I don't know. Like, I don't hate these guys, because quite frankly, they're pretty easy to beat. But it's like, why? What's so fun about it? Do you see the fun, Jonathan?
I think old OD I used to, like way back before the current way his Astral and his Santi's Eclipse
10
work.
seconds
And,
remaining.
you know, back when he used to steal int with his
5
Q, with his
seconds
orb.
remaining.
I think that's when he was peak fun, because he was just basically a right click hero with some weird timings. Right now, it's like, meh. Meteor Hammer OD is like, all right, that's cool, but it's like really kind of lame. What's not lame is having a draft, though, Mike. Wild card, banning out the Timbersaw and the Spirit Breaker. Ravens banning out Shadow Demon and Techie. So maybe something specific in mind. I see a Bat Rider available with a Shadow Demon ban out. But wild card going for Pangolier, an RCY special once more, taking that comfort very early on. We know how well he can perform on the Pango, and I can confirm the Mars bug is gone. So Pango
There you
rolls
go.
through the arena once more.
That's kind of a shame. That's honestly
Eh.
a shame. I actually liked it a lot that he could.
Oh, so Abaddon nerf is well deserved, but Mars having a bug, an inconsistency with debuff immunity piercing. That's fine. Okay.
Well, why isn't it fine,
All right,
John?
Mike.
What was wrong with it?
All right.
It's
go.
literally the walls of a god's arena against the
It doesn't
Pangolier
pierce
rolling
debuff
around.
immunity. It's in the description. It doesn't
All right,
pierce
all
debuff
right, all right.
immunity.
How about the other bugs that are features, right? Like, why can I juke out rupture damage while blinking with Quap and AM? Why can I still do that?
probably
Since
shouldn't.
Dota All-Stars.
You probably
Yeah,
should.
but since Dota All-Stars,
really
I've been able to do
shouldn't,
it, John.
This is a very that's probably just engine calculation. It has a very weird interval where that's why it's like a micro step and a very fast blink. Can do that. It's
Yeah.
engine calculation in terms of finding the damage, calculating how far you've actually moved. There's an interval, so it's probably just down to that being a very I don't know how big that is in code. Maybe it's significant enough it will affect other DOT calculations as well. So I can understand that a little bit more, probably. The Mars one was just a little bit more awkward. Ravens, not awkwardly picking the Bat Raiders we mentioned, and the Magnus coming out. Wildcard picking the Deuce themselves. So I'm keen to see if they protect that. I wonder if Ravens just go into the Jug. You've got the Magnus on hand. It's not banned out by Wildcard. If you go for Jug, then you have your Deuce answer. It's rather interesting that they're trading this Deuce around.
It is. See if Ravens do want the Jug, though. Like, it's not the most obvious counter, right? Like, I struggle to say it's even a counter towards Medusa, because it requires so much farm to get to the point where it actually feels like it's stronger. Like, sure, Sammy Boy made it work just in game one, but that was a bit of a comeback. They were 1 racks down, and he could have easily messed that up. I think. Then again, I don't know what else you're going to choose against this Medusa hero. That's kind of the problem. Like, if anything, I would have said Morph, but it was already banned out. So I guess you're kind of forced to go into the jug if you do want it, but then wildcard would more likely than be expecting that to come, right? Like you'd almost guaranteed be expecting the Juggernaut to be picked up here by Ravens, especially considering you have Empower with the jug, so he's going to have he doesn't really need Battle Fury if he doesn't want it.
Yeah, you can
10
definitely
seconds remaining.
have ways around that, and it does take a lot of time.
5 seconds remaining.
Wondering what the solution is. Ravens going into Mirana, maybe setting up for the Ember pick once more for RRL. Wildcard. I will just say it's so assuming to always watch Sammy's room. I don't know why. Like, why is that T shape in the back of his head? Why is it so RGB? Like it's like blue purpley. Like, what is that even, Sammy?
You'll never
There's so many
understand,
questions
John.
I have about his room. I will never. Tour 1, when he was in Div 1, it was just red, and he looked like evil. He acted like evil.
Yeah, I mean, his room actually looks kind of biblical at this point, doesn't it? I'll tell you,
Yeah,
like
it
the way he
does.
sets things up.
It's almost like a crucifix in the back, right? And then instead of a T, it's like almost like a cross. And it's like, what's happening, Sammy? I don't understand. And the weirdest thing is, like, a few days ago, he had normal lights on, regular lighting, and we saw a cat cam. It's like, all right, all is well in Sammy's world, and then suddenly goes back to dark. All right.
Don't ask where the cat went, John. He's no longer here.
What is here,
Ravens?
mine? Is the pickups wildcard?
Is there a
they
jug?
get the Legion Commander. That's jug into LC.
It's pretty bad.
It's rough. It's rough.
It is pretty bad. But then, well, why not Slark then? Like, I'm not saying Slark's better.
Dire team
Oh, all right. They're gonna go Silencer. I think Slark's better against LC. Like, if you're gonna run safe lane Slark, it's definitely better against LC than Jug would be. But then, I think there's still many ways to just man up and play against it. Like,
Radiant
this moment of courage is so strong against Slark with the overwhelming odds. So I'm not sure, but it feels like if you're not going to go down the Jug route, you may as well go down the Slark route instead. But now you don't even have Jug; it's banned out anyway. So I imagine Wildcard with their last pick might just ban out Slark to boot.
Wouldn't mind that. I think Slark into LC, as you mentioned, is. I don't actually think that's better than Jug.
Dire team back.
How is it not?
I feel
better
like
than
Jug at
though?
least. I feel like at least Jug has Blade Fury to kind of maybe try to outplay.
Dire team pick.
Like if you can see the starting animation of the overwhelming odds, you can dodge a lot of magic damage, and then you just win by spin. Slark is really squishy in lane. Like overwhelming odds will actually just crush you. Jug has better HP starting stats.
I mean, maybe
10 seconds
Wildcard final pickup.
5
I
seconds.
mean, they did ban out the Slark anyway. We won't have the option, so we don't get to see it.
What support's still left for wildcard? Still have an Ench option. You want a saving support? Oracle's there to deal with a Batrider if you're really concerned, although Global Silence will just ruin you. There's a support Abaddon option as well, although that's really just not popular. It's really just core right now. I'd say an Oracle's a pretty straightforward choice. Oracle plus... Well, to be fair, Oracle induces absolute garbage. That does not work. So you wouldn't want that, but...
No. That'd be actually pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. I'd have a good laugh.
Maybe a Rubik. Rubik's still in the pool, right? Flea could just take a Rubik.
Yeah, but that's... Yeah, I guess so. Assuming he doesn't want to play Skyra.
I think a Sky Duselane's alright. Or a Rubik 5 is also not the worst. Just lane swap perhaps with Sunlight. Would be the worst thing in the world. You have a lot of spells to steal, and Rubik's still the counterpoint to Magnus. In that you see him blink in, just instantly lift. You see him try to skewer, instantly lift. Steal, skewer, steal, empower. Both are great. Steal RP. You're feeling good.
That's fair. Well, they're going to think about it for a while here, Wildcard. Yeah, I mean, the Rubik seems to fit. Just a matter of whether they want to switch positions.
If Flea does want to take the Sky, maybe you can run an inch.
Oh,
Venge! Ah,
that's not something I was expecting.
interesting. And okay, and the Monkey King comes out for Raven. So a very straightforward combination with a Magnus and power onto Monkey, and that should be our mid RL Bat Rider coming out, which it does seem to be. So Bat Rider versus Pango lane. Pretty alright for Bat Rider up against a melee laner, although again, you've got some value nerfs down there for Bat Rider overall. Same thing goes for Pangolier, but I think the nerfs to Bat Rider with the movement slow it makes it a little bit more playable if you do go full Flame Break build here. And Firefly, it's not as oppressive now for Pango. And I'm sure RCY knows his matchups as he is a Pangolier specialist. The Venge coming out. Vengeful Spirit plus a Medusa lane. That's fairly passive. The Vengeance aura is pretty big here. You do have Swap to save you from Lasso, so that is there. But as a support, Venge is not good.
No,
I'm a Venge enjoyer, and it's not great. Like your shard is still good. You have some pretty decent talent spikes with damage output, but the hero is definitely much better as a core because of Ag's buildup, because of being universal. You don't get to benefit from any of that as a support. You don't get to maximize your universal type damage output as a support because you're not itemizing for, say, early wraith bands and then your Ags. So as a support, it's kind of lackluster. Maybe something like an Aetherlent Shard buildup feels all right, but yeah, not the best. I think you're going to be focusing on saves here for Sunlight. Force Staff, Aetherlents, Glimmer Cape, probably the build. And it's a little bit rougher. The lane, again, is kind of slow. Although you do punish a Magnus with your stun. So there is that, but I can see this coming out pretty even in the lanes. I do maybe prefer Wildcard's draft just a little bit more, but I can see Ravens kind of steamrolling with this kind of draft as well.
yeah, it's pretty hard to know here with these drafts. I think the Venge really threw a spanner in the works, for my opinion, here on Wildcard's draft. I'll tell you, because I understand what it's countering here, but it just doesn't. It's just Venge. It feels like complete trash right now. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Wildcard can get done. So we can head into game number 2 here. But we're not even in the game yet. For IX, Mike, Sammy says. So Sammy's dedicated this game to the IX Mike.
Oh, Italiano. He's got something to say in all chat.
What does that mean? I can only wonder.
Well,
hold that thought, because Argus is going to get caught out here, John. We'll do a translation in a moment. He actually gets the tree dance, though, so Argus barely somehow going to make it out. I thought he was guaranteed dead there for a moment, but not quite, and he'll make it out of there.
Yeah, but now he has tree dance level 1 as a safe lane Monkey King. Not the best feeling in the world there. You won't be able to threaten back, and the LC they can just kind of run you down with concussive and press the attack later on. It's a little bit uncomfy. We'll see if we can ride through that early skill point. Wildcard's still looking to be on the offensive. Mind you, that all chat and from both sides came after Sammy tipped Italiano. Like, game starts, we're into the game, and instant tip into Italiano Gangster. God bless Sammy boy.
I mean, he was tipping Monster that last game, John. You know how, Sunlight was getting tipped is what I was meant to say. Yeah. You know how it is with Sammy. You can't tip one of the boys without coughing it back. You know, you give it, you take it, John. That's how it works. There's that other saying, you mess around, you find out. So I think they have another way of saying it, John, but I won't repeat it here on the stream.
Definitely so, Mikey. Definitely so. Taking a look at that mid matchup to kick us off here. RCY and his signature Pango up against RRL on the Bat Rider. The mid Bat tends to still just go back for sticky napalm. So that has been nerfed a little bit with the damage per stack decreasing across the board. Still an overwhelming hero once you stack up, but a little bit more manageable for sure for RCY. Already has the early wand up, expecting this in the matchup, and should be able to hold steady. I would say this is easier for RL for sure, especially as the levels go up. Level 4, level 5 is when you're likely looking for that kill attempt. RCY has to just measure himself a little bit here. Just get his farm and play it a little bit safer.
You look top lane, you're seeing Sunlight copping a lot of harassment here from Wake Me Up, which is partially the reason why this hero doesn't feel very good on the as the Venge. You're not able to trade harassment very well at all against heroes like this. He'll move in now with the stun, get one hit off, but Wake Me Up just going to kind of return the favor. It's always been my problem with Venge, it's just her attack animation stinks. Not her animation, but just the range as well. It's terrible. The animation's fine. The sunlight, arrow's not going to connect.
Yeah. I mean, Venge, 400 attack range, but Techies, though. Techies has 700. Why not?
Oh.
He
already got
You can't
nerfed,
cry about
John.
Techies' attack range. Oh, he got nerfed. What are his nerfs, Mike? Is that enough to stop Techies? Base attack speed down? Oh, but he still has 700 range. Stun duration down? Oh, but it still does what it needs to do. I don't think they're really nerfs, Mike.
You know what? I'm glad they nerfed Abaddon. I hope they do it again. I'll be frank with you. I hope they do it again.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Just, you know what? Nerf everything down. Nerf CM down to have 0 move speed. Nerf Lich down to 0 move speed. Now make Abaddon 0 move speed as well. Just let him stand in one of the statues in base. That's what you really want in this game.
You watch your damn language, John. You watch your damn language.
Finally have fun in Dota 2 again. My hero's gone.
Bottom lane.
There.
Flea and Monster, they're going to be up against Kara and, of course, Argus. Things are going pretty well at the bottom lane here, like, at least for Wildcard, I'd say. Argus is not having a great time here, John. 6 CS. He'll go for a jump in. He'll get at least a Jingu proc out of this. Or apparently not. He won't go for the final hit. Instead, he'll go after the Lotus Pool, but Flea already had that. So, doesn't get anything for his time.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay there, not angling for that opportunity onto Monster. Monster not having the smoothest of times as the LC here. Monkey King riding through the rougher part of the lane, still behind in CS, but it's not like you're overwhelmingly ahead on Monster either. I think that is a little bit of concern with how managed the lane has become. That's why I forced the TP out on mid as well, just because of the aggression coming out from the Bat Raiders you'd expect. Overall, a very quiet start, Mike. No one dying, no one close to dying either. And I think that does set the tone. And this is not the most aggressive lanes coming out from either side. You are likely just looking for mid for those opportunities. And, well, whoever gets a good power rune, I suppose, down the line will find that opening.
RRL now running into Flea, or rather Flea running into him. Flea, not really the best way out of this, is just going to drop. First blood to go to RRL, and now RCY going to find himself in danger. So he does go for a shield crash, at least defending himself quite a bit, as now RRL going to drop. A nice rotation from Sunlight to at least get a trade going. And in the end, with the Batrider dying, it makes it worth it.
Yeah, definitely. It's a little bit awkward for the side of Wildcard. Flea, his positioning, again, not ideal there to contest. Running right into a Batrider, copying a couple of sticky napalms and getting a Firefly on him, but finding the sacrifice in the end, very worthwhile. Gives RCY something as he gets a freebie on Wake Me Up as well.
He does. RRL unable to help out here on the Batrider, so RCY, we're very happy with the freebie and a bit of a voice line on the way out. Very, very good. Pretty sure that's Sammy Boy's influence right there. I guarantee Sammy's the kind of guy that would tell his teammates to start voice lining and tipping. Like, he's the guy that would egg you on to do it.
To influence such young, impressionable minds, Mike. Oh, goodness gracious me.
Scroll. That'll be right.
A 2-1 start. Things starting to look a little bit better for Wildcard coming out now in the middle of this laning phase. Pretty significant lead coming out from Sammy in terms of net worth. Just not being contested at all. Like, Magnus plus Mirana is not really an aggressive lane. Sammy's just allowed to farm up. Heck, he only has level 1 mana shield, but doesn't need to really invest in it. He can just go full farm here with no concern. They can maybe get some stacks going from Sunlight as well, maybe double stack with a Wave of Terror. And that's where things start to ramp up. That is one thing the Venge can do, I suppose, and we are seeing Sunlight go for that as well. So just really focusing on enabling the Deuce as much as possible.
Kara and Flea going at it now. Flea dropping a little bit low, needs to get out. Flea gonna cop the flame break, but it won't be enough. He'll be fine to TP away. The 1-2 still remains here. Wildcard in the lead. RCY gonna get jumped mid lane. Does go for the Rolling Thunder though, and RRL now needs his own escape plan. Problem is Sunlight is moving in, but can't close the gap. RRL now going to be able to turn back onto RCY. Swashbuckle is available. RCY, though, continuing to try and go for the fight. They have just overextended now as he does back off, and in fact, never mind. Kara and RRL to go down. So RRL eventually does get the kill onto RCY, but it's well worth RCY's sacrifice to get these two.
Yeah, they find a lot of EXP off the back of that. They force a lot of rotations, and they come out on top with more kills. You're feeling very chuffed there on Wildcard. Playing pretty on edge there. RCY opting for the re-engage after the roll. Puts himself in the firing line, but again, all worth it to kind of get this ball rolling from RCY. RL, when he is on even footing now on levels, although RCY will hit level 7 a bit faster. Have to say, Sunlight's doing a good job to make the Venge actually have some impact though. Like his aggression, his positioning, his use of the Wave of Terror and the Magic Missile to set up, it's been significant here.
Here we go, jump in, RRL just not having a game on this Batrider, getting completely annihilated here. Sunlight, you know, as much as I've made fun about the Vengeful Spirit, John, Sunlight's doing great work. 3-0-1 on the Venge, a lot of impact already. Like he's almost level 10. And Sunlight, as I said it, he might go down. Looks like I have jinxed him. Sorry about that, Sunlight. Wake Me Up will probably just die for this. So he does have leaps available. Decides to not use them and instead try to get the power rune away from RCY. It does end up paying for it. But nevertheless, back to my point, now that Sunlight's dead and I can't jinx him, John, he's been doing some great work.
He has been, right? Like he's been on point with the Wave of Terror usage, with the Magic Missile usage. It's been helping RCY just burst down heroes with his physical output on the Swash. And again, he's also been really efficient in stacking. I believe those stacks were already cleared out by Sammy as well, helping accelerate that farm, having the Manta flying out soon. So overall, you've done a lot with that hero pick. Monster, it's just trying to cut the creep wave.
Still fine. Chase is on now from RRL. RCY going to show up with the Rolling Thunder. RRL does not have Lasso for another 6 seconds, so probably needs to back off for a little bit as Flea's going to get jumped now. Ravens, they will at least find Flea. Couple of stacks to be taken here in the dire triangle as Flea's going to reconnect here to the game, I'm sure. But they do get something for all this trouble. Problem is it's a 4-hero rotation and it amounts to only a Skyrath. Like, it's not exactly what they came for.
No, definitely not. Not the big kill you'd want. You do force out the roll, at least from RCY. So you aren't concerned about that on the re-engage here if you do opt to chase. But this is a lot of free space out for Sammy. Again, uncontested up top. Only so much Italiano can do to stop that farm. Italiano is getting the build-up he'd want as well, though. Vanguard up, Arcane's not too far off. So something like the Guardian Greaves Crimson Guard build definitely feasible for him. And that does make the game a lot harder for a hero like the Medusa. Heck, even the LC would not care for that all too much. So you're getting some good timings lining up for Ravens from all of this movement, but it is still concerning to have your Medusa get all of this. Like, the Medusa is, you know, a very scary factor in the middle. I suppose when it comes down to it, a Wukong's Monkey King with Crimson Guard up is pretty hard to burst for Medusa in every stage of the game. Doesn't feel like you ever get enough damage to kind of pierce through the barrier plus the additional armor a Monkey King gets. Unless you get your Stone Gaze off and Argus just kind of turns into stone. RCY re-engages there, just a bit.
Yeah, RCY is really playing with his food here, but he is a Pango specialist, so you'd assume he knows what he's doing, though the jump is there. Press the attack, going to make sure RCY does not get himself into danger. Still a huge group up here at this dire triangle. They need to retreat, I think, immediately. Top lane, in the meantime, Italiano Gangster copping a stun here from Sunlight, but he's going to be just fine. The thing is, like, all this attention in the dire triangle, but Sammy's freely just farming in the jungle. That's a concerning sign for Ravens, I think.
Yeah, you don't want to do so to really ramp up in this way. Again, mentioned clear out the stacks. Already has the Yasha into the Manta, not too far off the Ultimate Orb either. RCY, nothing lands on him. What?
Yeah, he's just gonna chase. Wake Me Up has no charges for another 4 seconds, and RCY will just take another free kill for himself. It's kind of the thing with this kid's Pango, right? Like if you don't have the lockdown, chances are he's gonna escape. He plays a lot of Pango, and RRL sadly is finding that out the hard way. John, as RRL's gonna go down now on the bat.
Those are pretty big kills for RCY to be finding. Again, this emphasis on mid is working out in Wildcard's favor. As Pangolier defusal timings lining up second in net worth, even above an Empower Magnus. Like that is not what you want to be seeing from all of this movement mid. The fact that he's still ahead of a Magnus with Empower in a lane that's very AFK farm is of concern for the side of Ravens. For Wildcard, I suppose the one thing that is struggling is Monster. You're not seeing dual wins, you're not seeing duels at all. You have the combination with a Mystic Flare ready on Fleedo. You just need to find the right target, and you should be able to start racking up some bonus damage here.
There's been absolutely no rush here for Monster. He's happy to take his time. Understanding it's not really about him. Like, as long as he sees Sammy farming, I think everyone on the side of Wildcard is pretty confident in their ability to be able to take this late game. Bottom lane, Argus is going to show up again. Primal Spring in. Flea's going to immediately start the harassment out. Monster sadly wasn't in position for a duel, but I don't think he would have gone for it anyway. Still too risky against the Jingu of Argus. But if you can chip him down a little bit more, they will rush in for it. It's Monster going to go for the tier 1 tower. While that was all happening down at bot lane, apparently Wake Me Up ends up going down to Sunlight again. So Sunlight just so active on the Venge. Going for more now as Italian a gangster. Trying for the TP away through the Twin Gates and is probably going to make it. But I just want to give full credit to Sunlight, John. He is not playing good hero right now, but he is making it look fantastic.
That he is. He's been all over the place, and they might find punishment onto RRL.
They may. Monster would love a duel. The Batrider is not exactly a very tanky target. Rush forward, RRL. Gonna go for a lasso. He's got help on the way. Wukong's command committed, but a nice swap out. He's gonna make sure that Monster, or rather Sunlight instead, will die. Monster survives, but now a nice skewer RP play. Italian a gangster. He found 2 targets. Monster gonna try to run, but RCY is going down. It's Monster still trying. Sammy's gonna show up with the Stone Gaze moving in onto the Batrider, but he copped a stun, so he couldn't really follow up. 3 down for Wildcard. And this time, they get a little bit greedy and they do get punished.
Big win coming out for Ravens. Not being able to commit there, really chasing down RRL. His team ready to back him up. A great RP out from Italiano as well to clear out. The forced swap from Sunlight was nice, but I think ideally at this point in the game and going forward, you would want to swap Argus out. They are trying for the mid fight though.
Yeah, they've got the max so far. Italiano gonna go for a skewer in the end. He's gonna find one. RCY looking for a swashbuckle. Still 3 seconds on cooldown. Is gonna go down. I mean, he got the kill at least before he dropped, but these kills don't feel that worth. So Wake Me Up. Also gonna drop. Monster shows up, but Monster always seems to be missing out on all these team fights where he can get some easy duel victories. Won't matter though. At least he is about 500 gold off the blink now. We'll have it very, very soon.
Have a nice pick up a nice wave, finally getting some control here. Really unfortunate for RCY. He was mid-swash when he got screwed. I believe it was just him moving forward first and then he got screwed away, so he did no damage on that swash. If he did get the swash off first, that would have been the kill early on Italiano. Probably wouldn't have had to sacrifice his life. So nice little play there from Italiano to find that trade in the end. Wildcard just defaulting back into farm for Sammy. He is opting for the Scotty over something like a fast butterfly first, so wanting the stats, wanting the healing reduction on hand. And the utility that he can get with that first. Ravens, though, still grouping around. They're eyeing top a little bit. And Monster's still trying to just farm. At least I believe he has a sense of something up top, but not fully. And Harpoon's ready on Argus.
There we go. Arrow is going to land. Nice balance to set up. And, well, sadly, Monster, he got his blink at least. And he does die, but he bought the blink out. So he won't have to be upset that he missed out on that. It's RCY. Twin Gates usage is there to try and help out Sunlight, who is trying to bait them forward. Sunlight going for a nice stun on Argus, but they do not get the tree chop, so Argus going to turn onto RCY and gets the kill. As now they'll even find Sunlight on the Venge. That'll be another. RCY getting caught with his pants down. He's going to pay for it.
He wanted a punishment there. They got the vision, but no early roll. The global sounds kicks in, and even more now.
Flea gonna drop to boot on the Skywrath Mage. Not very good news here for Wildcard. And well, Ravens, great news for them because now they're officially with the net worth lead. 1K their way.
Yeah, they've opened it up. All their cores kind of bouncing above now, outside of bouncing above Sammy. Sammy's still number one with his AOK farm. But you've caught up quite nicely as you are finding more.
Yeah, Monster caught out. No chance to get out. Argus will be handed another kill on the Monkey King. Now 6-0-2. So they are looking. They are going to try and find the Monkey King. But Argus proving to be a little bit too slippery. This mid-tier 1 tower. It is gone. Nice pickup again from Ravens.
Oh.
Jump in. Who have they got? Sunlight was the target. Problem is Sammy Boy is right around the corner. Kara trying to go for a watcher in the middle of all this. Is eventually going to pay. Doesn't get the global silence off either, so that's not good. Sunlight's in trouble. He's going to be able to walk because RCY is there to hold down the Monkey King. And now he's petrified and just completely stun locked. And this is all off the back of a position 5 silencer trying to get a watcher.
Yeah, a little bit too far forward there from Kara this time around. Is punished for it, and well, Wildcard even out the game off the back of that, especially with that Monkey King kill, slowing down some of that momentum Argus has built up for himself. With his build he has on Monkey, there is pressure here to play fast and not take too many losses running forward as the Monkey. This is going to stall out his Desolator timing just a tad bit and allow a little bit more room here for Sammy to work onto that Scotty. Not too far off now. In fact, should have the gold in 100 or more. So gonna hit a good timing there on the Dusa. We've got to see some more plays come out from Monster though. Like he's had zero impact this game for sure. Like it's been a rough start. And he's had the blink, but they've not been able to play around that. Like no smokes, no movements out. Granted, they don't have forward vision here on the side of Wildcard, so it is really hard to look for a smoke play, but you need this Legion Commander to really start to kick up the pace, so RCY has another core he can connect with outside of Sammy, who still needs to farm.
A big smoke up, Ravens. Heading towards Monster and Flea up a top lane. Now looking very susceptible. Flea is around just in case the gank is incoming, but he's not going to be able to save Monster if he gets caught. But he will see them on the creep wave, and well, Ravens, they do mess it up a little bit, right? Like showing on the creep wave instead of just going a little bit further in. They could have got a free couple of kills. Now Wildcard instead can set up for a fight. Though I don't know if they necessarily want one while Sammy's still farming. They may just wait for the full butterfly to be up on Sammy before they do start moving as a unit. But it seems like the 4-man smoke is going to happen. So it is time to move apparently for Wildcard. Yeah, they'll go into the mid lane. You saw Ravens there for a moment underneath the creep wave. Monster needs a big initiation with the jewel out to try and burst somebody down before the fight really starts. RRL would be the target you'd probably want, if not Italian a Gangster, but they'll jump in for the Bat Rider. Global Silence is there, but it's all too late. Italian a Gangster trying for the skewer play, not going to get it. That's a pretty clean smoke from Wildcard. They all get out scot-free. Argus now jumping in for an illusion. This is very aggressive gameplay. And Argus, that's a big RP! Italian a Gangster trying to save the day is not going to make it. I mean, he had to do it. But I don't understand what the jump in from Argus was. It's an illusion room.
Radiant's middle tower.
He just wanted to deny anything else coming out from RCY, I suppose. Deny the top up, but it cost him a lot. And Wildcard built off the back of that. Again, with this kind of Monkey King build, there is pressure to be aggressive. Maybe you felt like they could have found a better angle on the RP, play around with the Empower and try to melt someone down, but just isn't the case when RCY has to roll off already. I will make... they get the lasso onto Monster, so...
That's nice. Monster's still running, though. It's actually very, very fast when you use that press the attack, and now Sammy's going to show up. Monster eventually will drop, so they get him. Would have been a real demoralizing set of affairs had they had to let him go, but... There you go, a nice pickup here for Ravens.
Yeah, not the biggest in the world considering the position of Monster right now, but you'll take what you can get. And I will note this, from the last fight, it's always funny to see how the changes to spell immunity into debuff immunity work with lingering stuns during debuff immunity. Because right as RCY gets out of his role, because of the long-range arrow, he ends up just standing around, which I always find funny. And it's such a weird thing for that change to debuff immunity. Still, what's not weird is this Roche being taken by the side of Ravens. They've got that Deso up on Argus. They can make short work of this objective. Inside of Wildcard, not even bothering to contest. They've got the full butterfly on Sammy. So right now, your Dusa is very, very tanky up front, even with this Aegis up. They are running in though. Roche is set to fall already.
Well, there we go. Aegis up. They went for the Tormentor on Wildcard instead, maybe not realizing the Aegis was being taken. Wildcard, though, they still want to fight. They know they're the stronger team right now. Rolling Thunder. Argus immediately caught. They don't want to lose the Monkey King. Straight off the bat, though, he is gone. Aegis is down. There you go. Problem rectified here for Wildcard. It's now Argus on the run. Wood Tree Dance. But they do have the Arcane Bolt following, so they know exactly where he is. RCY's got him with the stun out, and it seems like they're going to lose their Monkey King as Sammy will hand over the tip. I mean, I don't blame him, John. Like, your Monkey King half HP standing at the front like that. You know, you just lose the Aegis immediately. It's just not working.
No, definitely not. The position that Ravens are taking in these fights just really awkward. And like, I get that there's pressure to play with a Monkey King with this kind of build. You are not gonna keep up and farm with Medusa, but you also don't want to put yourself in such a perilous position as well. And costing too much. Maybe just wait for Italiano to get the jump in first. Rely more on the skewer back on the Magnus. A little bit harder without the harpoon for sure, but still feasible for a Magnus, especially for Italiano's skill. He is opting for the Ags as well on the Magnus here, Mike, which we've seen as maybe a 5th or 6th item pickup sometimes, but I don't think you and I have seen this as like a second primary pickup or third item primary pickup. So the old Horn Toss back with a stun could be nice in trying to make a play, but...
I mean, you know, I'll hold my judgment, John. I've got, you know me, I've got some things to say.
Like, I think, well, they find that kill on Takara again, but I think that my big thing with Ags right now is like, wouldn't Harpoon be more cost effective?
Yes. That's my point. That's where I'm going. Like, what? Isn't Harpoon just better in every way right now?
Yeah. Like, the build-up is certainly better. I guess the total gold cost is a little bit less on the Ags. And I guess if you're looking for big team fights to follow through, like, it's more than one person you can Horn Toss and Skewer back. You're just gunning for that.
Sure. But you could just land an RP and do the same thing, couldn't you?
Yeah, but then you're not horn tossing. You're committing a big spell. Swap out Argus.
Well, hold on a minute. Argus, he's going to go for a bit of a run. What do you mean you're not committing a big spell? I don't know.
With the horn toss. I mean,
Yeah.
you can do that without committing your big cooldown. You know, look like you're looking for maybe a 2-man horn toss back. That kind of opportunity.
Oh, that's what you're
As far
saying.
as- yeah.
Mid lane. The Magnus is going to get caught out. RRL's going to show up. Double stun immediately out from Sunlight, though, with the shards. Going to make life very hard for Ravens. They will lose both Italiano Gangster and RRL. And the chase is on for more. Problem is, Wildcard will not be able to keep up. But with the way this game's gone, like they've got a 10k advantage. Argus is struggling to really deal with Sammy as he's going to be spotted again. Sammy happily just running right towards the MK. Not a care in the world for him. And now they're onto the tier 2 top tower. I mean, why the hell? At least Argus is in position to creep skip, but he's not even going to do that.
Yeah. It's a rough game now for Ravenskin. They went for this tempo on the Monkey King. They never found that opening. They're not getting the big plays you'd want from Italiano. Although I guess high ground is somewhere they do shine. Their high ground defense is pretty on point with the threat of that RP. Shard goes the way of Monster here. So he gets the armor increase as well with the overwhelming odds, making the duels even more strong here for Monster to win out on. Italiano, he has the Ags. So old Horn Toss. You have to remember this is old Horn Toss where you can't move yourself out, I believe, as it's going on. Although, yeah, it should be close to like the old first time Horn Toss where it was just busted. So maybe it's worth it at 4,200 gold, perhaps.
Well, I mean, let's see. I don't know how to feel about it. I really don't. Like, seeing how much Argus is struggling, and it's like you've got a mid-bat rider, right? So you wouldn't mind having like a secondary semi-carry in the Magnus, which is why I was kind of shocked when they went Ags instead of going for the Harpoon build-up. Because in my mind, I'm just like, you really wouldn't mind some extra damage here with the big RP. Like what, Italiano Gangster, he landed a 4-man RP earlier, but his Monkey King couldn't do any damage with that. Like you would have loved to see the Echo Saber at least with the Harpoon, you know, to get some damage off in that RP. But anyway, Horn Toss is here. It's a whole 275 damage on that Horn Toss, John.
It's not the damage you want, Mike. It's the control.
I'm just saying.
It's the control.
Argus,
Right?
TP away here from Argus. Sunlight will not be able to wave for Terra to scout him out. Both Wisdom Runes going to be secured by Wildcard Gaming. I mean, I guess if you're Ravens, you're playing for the high ground defense, which is probably why he's gone Horn Toss. To be absolutely, like, all memes aside, he's that's probably why he's done it.
Well, he was queuing up even before they were in this position, to be fair.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I wish we could ask. In fact, maybe one day we can. Italiano Gangster.
Oh, he
there's
missed
your
the Horn
John.
Toss.
You see that impact?
No.
It's amazing.
Oh, but he landed the skewer. I guess.
He would have done the same thing without Horn Toss, though.
It is what it is, you know. Italiano,
Yeah.
he's sending a message. He's like, I'm
I'll
going
tell
to
you,
miss
John,
this toss.
I'll tell you
Also
what,
get
why don't
skewered.
you just buy an Aether Lens and just have a longer blink range? You know? It's cheaper. Kara? He'll get jumped on here. Argus, there's your RP. There
What is
was your
this?
RP. Lasso is there. Sammy's getting low. Sammy might actually fall. Sammy's gone.
What? What?
I actually don't know how they got away with that.
Well,
Like this actually, how did they get away with that kill?
they get away with it because Sammy wanted to kill off the silencer. Solo. You know, so sometimes Sammy do what Sammy do.
Oh, Sammy. There's Argus. He's gonna find Monster. Monster quick blink out and make sure he doesn't get caught.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That was a very interesting play without the Aegis from Sammy Boy. He's, you know, it's dark mode, Mike. It's dark mode. He's been stuck in the dark for so long. Can't see too well. The radiant side is brighter with its color palette. You know, it's blinding. He couldn't see that there were more heroes around. That's it.
That's very true. That is a very good point, John. The Ward's out in the triangle. RRL, though, jumping right in. Going to get a lasso here onto Monster, but the swap is there from Sunlight to ensure they cannot. However, there's a harpoon from Argus. To drag back Sunlight, make sure they get something for all these rotations. Such a shame that Argus can't build up the horn toss, John. Otherwise, he probably would have got it too, right?
True. What would Monkey King's toss be? He doesn't have a horn. A staff toss?
Yeah. I mean, they could just toss the game as well, John. You know, the game toss.
The game toss. That is something that Southeast Asia specializes in, Mike. With certain teams like good old moving under gunfire.
Yeah, well.
Still,
I heard you bring up their name a lot in the DPC over there, John.
God bless.
RRL.
Oh, Sammy?
Sammy's moving in. RRL's gone. Kara is on the run. Slows it there. Argus, he could have a very nice Wukong's command set up, but no, he gets hit by the Rolling Thunder. He couldn't follow up. Oh, that is unfortunate. He was...
what is... Wait, no. What?
Sammy with the XD.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
The DX and then the XD comes from Italiano. The RP is ready from Italiano with the skewer back. It's an RP onto tree. If he gets his range right, maybe a horn toss.
Has he been jeweled or is it the silencer? No, it's the silencer.
It's a silencer,
jeweled, right?
yeah. So he can skewer all the way and get the RP. But Sammy, well, he doesn't have the manta to dodge. He's just staring this in his face.
He could RP, John, but what if he actually just used horn toss instead? Think about it.
You know, that's the bigger play. That's the bigger play, Mike. That's what we want. The big plays.
Well, what Argus needs to do right now is Argus needs to cancel that Boundless Strike. He needs to wait for Italiano Gangster to either land an RP or land a horn toss and then use the Boundless afterwards. That's a wipe right there. I don't
you're
like
also being
this
affected
Boundless coming
by
in.
Stone Gaze. It's
That's
awkward,
true.
right? You have to cancel that, but there's a possibility that you also get Stone Gazed up on Argus and Gangster. Both of them at the same time. This is funky, man. We'll see. What is this?
Meanwhile, RCY is still rolling around, by the way. Here we go. Let's see if the RP is going to come out. Skewer's there.
You got
Immediate
silenced.
silence, though. He's not going to get it. Wake me up. Going to jump in. He does clean up Flea, but he will probably die for this. Sammy going onto the mag. There's another one. It's a 4-man wipe, Jonathan. 3k gold going the way of Wildcard.
Yeah. That's also just high ground. At the least, again, you have threat of RP back. RP horn toss back, Mike. It's an option here for Italiano. That's the high ground begins. And they'll start ripping this one to shreds with Sammy's output right now. Rather unfortunate. I will note one thing. I mean, you know, they executed that fight well. They jump around really well, yada, yada, yada. I have a fun tidbit, Mike. Have you ever hovered over Rolling Thunder while it's still a buff on Pangolier? The only thing it says for the Rolling Thunder buff, naturally magnificent. That is all it says. Take a look when RCY rolls again in the middle of your play-by-play. I know you're very busy with that, but look over and mouse over the Rolling Thunder buff. It just says naturally magnificent. I have no clue why.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, John. I mean, he is quite magnificent, isn't he? When he's rolling around.
I suppose so. Argus is magnificent in the tree line as well. Doesn't break his smoke, unfortunately.
No.
Dire's top tower.
There's your smoke attempt. Mind you, Argus is getting relatively close to picking up the MKB, but they decide to go for the fight instead because Roshan is up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice vision placed here by a wild card as they are going to see waking up immediately and the jewel's out. No hesitation. They'll get rid of the Marana. Easy jewel win.
No.
Argus down as well. He's the much bigger target. RCY setting up perfectly here on the Pangolier. As there goes Kara. I mean, hell, screw Roshan. It's time for high ground again for wildcard. And they know it. No need to force Rosh.
Dire's structure.
For sure. So Sammy wants blood, it looks like.
I'm sure he does.
He's not
Sammy.
They've shoved in bot. They could go mid, but he wants to kill.
Yeah, Sammy, calm down, mate. Swap in. Nice swap from Sunlight. That's about the hypest kind of play you can make as Avenge these days. The Bat Rider.
God damn it, Mike. The hate.
It is
The
though.
hate.
It literally is though.
Yeah, but that's always been bench plays though. You're acting like it was any better before.
I couldn't help but notice you got so excited. You're like, oh. I was like,
Oh! Whoa! Hey, look, that magic missile in the earlier fight, you saw how far it actually went so far into Argus. That was kind of weird. He jumped out of the tree and it still chased him. That was a long ass missile.
oh. I mean, I've praised Sunlight multiple times this game. I think he's done a fantastic job on this one. He's made Venge look good.
Oh, the Horn Toss!
There it is, Jonathan. There it is. Sammy's in trouble. The Wukong's command doing a lot of damage here to Sammy. Maybe he should have gone back for that Aegis because Sammy, no, swap is there, but it's not enough. Sammy's down. Well, there you go. RCY, he's still trying. He'll miss that in the Bat Rider kill, and now he's in danger. Kara almost goes down, but not quite. In fact, no, never mind, he gets him. Argus, Harpoon, RCY, swashbuckle away. Monsters behind him. No jewel available here for the LCs. The arrow connects perfectly. What a flame break from RRL. Knocking him right into the arrow. And turns out John Wildcard maybe should have gone for the Aegis.
It is what it is, you know. It happens. You get too excited, you chase down a kill, and feel stuff. You still find Amelia racks. At the least, you know, not the most painful thing in the world. What's painful is the Monkey King bar coming out onto our Monkey King. So now the evasion coming out here for Sammy, he's not going to feel that durable. Not that he felt durable in the last fight anyway. At the very least, with his forward ward from Sunlight earlier, they do spot the Monkey King checking for a Roach down south. Of course, it is up north now at nighttime. And the side of Wildcard can still fall back to that. So they do have control in that area with the outpost. RL though. Oh.
Oopsie daisies. There goes Kara. Monster, he might pay for this, however. Lasso's going to be there through the BKB, of course. And Monster, when you get the dual win, but now you're down for 70 seconds. Suddenly Raven's moving in for more. Going to find Flea here on the Skywrath Mage. So Flea's as good as dead. Now Sammy wants to join in. All right, here we go. Italian Gangster's gonna go down. Argus actually getting petrified in the tree line. RRL
his tree got cut.
Going after the backside is they got the. How did the tree go down?
RL with a firefly.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god!
And just like that, no buybacks on these three heroes. A dieback, it looks like on RL.
So
Roche is
he
open
bought-
if they want to.
Oh, because he bought MKB.
Yeah.
He doesn't have buyback on the Monkey King.
No.
Oh, this is not the way to lose the. Oh no! I feel so bad.
That is rough.
That's a feels bad.
That's a rough one. It's like having Mars with a Monkey King, right? Sometimes you Mars Arena your own Monkey King.
Yeah,
Just
it does. I mean, it costs you the whole game, though. To be fair, John, to wake me up. Horn toss. He caught a creep with that. That's a start. T4 tower. And props to Ravens, John. They've tried their absolute hardest here in this series, but it seems like Wildcard have proven to just be too strong today. Just wake me up. Good sportsmanship here. We'll give the tip over. Nice stun out immediately, and there's your jewel out. Italian Gangster, he tried one last time. You love to see it. But GG is called. And Wildcard, they will take this series 2-0, John. You know what, John? I was hoping for a closer matchup. I wanted a 3-game series, but what can you do? Wildcard, obviously the best team here today, and they sure showed off about it.
Yeah, and it's funny because we've talked about Wildcard having some consistency issues. I feel like they've sorted through a lot of that in the series. Like this matchup versus Ravens, probably for the #1 spot here in NA, and it looked like no competition coming out. Maybe game 1 was a little bit more back and forth to be sure, but game number 2 was just dominance coming out here from Wildcard, outside of a very slow laning start for Monster. And again, the coordination looks a lot better. It looks like they've fixed whatever issues they had from week 1, and they managed to get going.
Yeah, they certainly did. It was a fantastic performance here. Like, I think Ravens at the very least showed that they are probably looking to be the second team to be able to qualify up to Division 1 next year. Like, there was a lot of moments where they just looked fantastic. And the beauty of this matchup here for Ravens is it will make them a better team, right? If they can kind of go back, go over the replays, see where they went wrong. You know, they already told us in interviews multiple times that Wildcard was going to be their toughest opponent. And this is a bunch of players that have had a lot of professional experience, so they fully expect to lose. But they're going to learn, right? And that's the important part here. And you know, while the loss probably hurts them a little bit, I think ultimately, John, if you go back, reset, do some replay analysis, and figure out what went wrong, you know, every other team in Div 2 is going to look easy for you. And here's the moment, by the way, that I didn't quite catch. I'm going to have a look at it now.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh. Look, I'm not going to lie, John. I'm usually quite nice about these things. That was a pretty poor mistake. Because it's like, what were you... was he expecting the Monkey King to jump? Was that it?
Perhaps. That was
Maybe
a really
he just
tight
forgot.
time ago.
I have a feeling he literally forgot that the tree would go down.
Perhaps.
Anyway.
I think if he expected to jump out, the Stone Gaze was just fading right then. So it's a really tight timer. But again, Wildcard coming out on top, playing really well. Sunlight making Venge look like an actual hero. And just for that, Mike, Sunlight gets MVP.
Oh, he deserves it, John. He's played the worst hero in the game here. So Sunlight, I mean, the fact that he's gone 7-7-21, like, the impact this man had throughout this game was fantastic. I haven't seen impact from Avenge in what feels like years, Jonathan. So the fact that Sunlight found a way to make that happen, like, he made the hero look broken, quite frankly. Like, with the roaming potential he had. Big fan, Sunlight.
Yeah.
Big fan of the Venge.
He made it look good. He had down mid. He had a good lineup, though, to be fair. Like, I think a physical lineup like this with physical output spells, especially on RCY, meant that your Wave of Terror was always effective. And we saw that in mid. We saw a lot of heroes just melt in the rotations once the Swashbuckle was up with that Wave of Terror. So it was the right game for it. You had some good saves coming out. The swap was very useful to break Lasso, to drag you out of Wukong's. And again, he made the hero work. So props to Sunlight. Again, the Venge, not in the best position, but his timing with the Shard was pretty big as well on top of that. He was getting the chase downs. The vision game against the Monkey King was good. Like, it was all things considered, even though it's a bad hero, it was a pretty good game for Avenge.
Yeah, I'll give it to him. I think he did a fantastic job. We actually have an interview with the man himself. Mr. Sunlight's on the way here for an interview, so let's have a chat with him. Hello, Mr. Sunlight. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. So how the hell are you feeling?
Hi guys, thank you. First game was rough for us. We're always playing like first game sloppy, if you notice that. But yeah, feels good to win.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Going to your point for a moment, Sunlight, you mentioned the first game with you guys always looked sloppy. You are correct, because we did notice the first series, or rather the second series you guys had against Tilted Boys, you lost the first game. And then the first game against Green Esports, you lost the first game. And at the time, we were very shocked about that. Are you able to, from your perspective, what's going wrong? Because these teams are, I would say, not at your level here on Wildcard. So how did those losses even happen for you guys?
I feel like sometimes people are lost in a game, and I hope we gonna fix those moments soon. Sometimes we're like trying to make moves that we don't need to make like at all. We have to just chill and farm. Sometimes it goes otherwise. We're like farming too much, not finding a good place to do, and probably enemy is just playing like a little bit faster than us, but we're still like trying to find out like the best idea how our team should work.
Right. Can I ask you as well about the the Venge pickup? Like this hero has not been looking good at all in a while, I feel like. But you made it look amazing here in this game too. Do you? I'm trying to figure out like do you like how many buffs does this hero need to actually be like viable? Because I don't know. You made it look amazing, but maybe it was just the right game.
I think right now, like most of supports are just situational. Of course, there are some supports that you prefer more, like Tekis, like probably Undying Dispatch, because like other supports become weaker a bit. But I feel like all starting from reacting on every post 5. I just noticed that by myself that whenever you're able to make a move first on post 5, like for example TP to save your teammate or just do an attacking move, like whenever enemy mid laner on your high ground in mid, like before level 6, and you're just killing someone, your game gonna be like so easy to play on post 5 because you're gonna be high net worth, high level, and this is probably what made this Venge look so good in this game. Besides the fact that Hero himself was good in this game, particularly against Bat, against Magnus, even there's a silencer. But it's just, I think it's just so easy to draft right now around Duza because it's like the strongest hero of this patch for sure, because all others got nerfed somehow. And it made Medusa even stronger. Like if you just watch on another heroes, maybe except Morph, but you see, like if you have first pick, you pick Medusa 8, GG.
It's true. Go on, John.
All right, Sunlight. I'm a little bit curious. In game 1, there were certain targeted tips coming out onto you. Is there any information?
I have no
about
idea,
that?
man.
What happened there?
I have no idea. I have no idea what's happening. Like, I mean, I can only smile. Like, this is what I did in end game. So I don't know.
That's fair. We appreciate the question mark coming out there as well when it randomly came out from Wake Me Up. I am curious though, because there was some early tipping in game 2. Yeah.
Game is not ended yet.
Yeah,
but, laughing at the guy who is laughing the last.
Yeah, for sure. Now, that takes me back to another thing. Game number 2, I don't know if Sammy communicated this to you guys. He starts off instantly tipping Italiano and then says for Ix Mike, for IX Mike. Is there any reasoning behind that? Did he say anything in voice chat when he let this loose, or was this just a Sammy Boy solo play?
It was probably Sammy Boy solo, but I wasn't thinking like when he said that, because I was telling people what we had to do in smoke, and so yeah, it's like it's went out of me. I just missed that part. I have no idea like what's the context. So.
Is that always what's going on? Like you're telling people what to do, and Sammy Boy is just busy, just starting some kind of war with somebody else. Is that how it always is?
No. It's not. Actually, Sammy helps me a lot. I think we're just splitting this part of micromanaging people. So yeah, but okay. Sometimes I can just be like in myself, like thinking about some other stuff, and I just miss this part. I have no idea, guys. No idea about the X-Mic stuff.
No,
Fair enough, Sunlight. I have one last question. We expected your matchup against Ravens to be probably your hardest opponent. Do you feel the same way? Is there any other opponent left in Div 2 that you feel like you guys need to prep extra hard for?
Well, I don't want this sound to be like that I underestimate like our enemies in Division 2. But on scrims, we are having rough scrims against weakest team, like as I think, and against good teams, like we're playing much better and just winning them. So I don't know, something's going really wrong in our game. But I think American Goons are just like better than any of these teams, but somehow Ravens won, right? 2-0 American Goons. So
Yep.
I don't know, guys. I don't know what to say. I was thinking that American Goons is our like most can say scariest team, that we are afraid of them, but yeah, most competing against us.
Well, I guess we'll look forward to that.
Yeah, Sunlight, we'll have to let you go, but thank you so much for joining us for the interview, and congratulations again on your 2-0 victory, sir.
Yeah, thank you guys. Nice to meet you.
Likewise, my
Thank
friend.
you.
We'll
Nice
see you
to
later.
meet you as well. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was the lovely Sunlight. Jonathan, obviously MVP of game number 2. Fantastic performance there on the Vengeful Spirit. And a lovely man to talk to, might I add. Very, very talkative, which is what we love to hear from these pro players, Jonathan. You know, some of them just never say a word. So there you go. Sunlight having a nice casual conversation and offering us some insight into the minds of the boys here. As you know, we heard from him. You know, he has no idea what's going on in wildcard gaming. He's just doing his thing. He's doing his job. So leaderboard is here. Let's look at the standings. Wildcard, of course, going to be all the way at the tippity top of the mountain now. John 4-0, still undefeated in terms of series. Of course, Ravens right behind them now with a 3-1. C-Dub and the Cut tied up with a 2-1 score, and then you've got Tilted Boys and the Goons in 5th and 6th place respectively, and then Grin and Nexus Titans, who are both yet to pick up a victory, are both sitting in 7th and 8th place. I think Nexus Titans, Jonathan, are the ones that are really in the danger zone here, because as far as I'm concerned, from what I've been seeing with Grin, I think Grin will at least pull off a couple series wins, right? Like, I don't think they're going to go completely, I don't think they're going to lose literally every game. So I fully expect at some point Grin to start moving their way up to maybe 5th or 6th place. But Nexus Titans, John, I mean, they've got to get it together, because I'll tell you, like, from what I saw today, not to be rude, but it wasn't as impressive as you would like from Division 2.
Yeah, it looked a lot more scattered coming out from Nexus Titans. There's a lot of room for improvement for sure, and they really need to step it up. Every series is starting to count down here. A lot of these teams only having 4 series left on our bottom half, outside of our top 2 right now, who only have 3 series left. So got to kick into gear for every single one. As we can take a look at our schedule for the next day, we will have that matchup that you were just talking about in our bottom 2, Nexus Titans up against Grin. So that is one to watch out for, because as you mentioned, I feel like from the games we saw of Grin, from their players not being that well known, they've done a spectacular job to drag games into Game 3. After that, of course, we've got C-Dub versus the American Goons there as well.
You absolutely do. That's going to be another fun day of NA Division 2 action there, John. The second series in particular might actually be quite hype here, because the Goons, they need some wins under their belt, John. Like, they've got 1 series win, but that's not good enough to give them a chance here at Div 1. And C-Dub, well, they're going to be hungry as well, because they're sitting in 3rd place right now. So they'll be fighting for that 2nd place spot with that attempted victory on the Goons. And that's it. That's the schedule for the next day of NA Div 2. So an exciting day of NA Div 2 coming up very, very soon. Apart from that, though, Jonathan, I believe that is literally it for us here for today. So we haven't really got too much more to talk about. So till then, it is MLP Dota and it is John X Fire. It's been a pleasure. We'll catch you all next time. Bye-bye.